Hey dreamers, welcome to this safe haven for restful sleep, where we create your sleep stories together. I'm Dan Jones, and tonight's bedtime story, weaved from your ideas, has you being sent on a quest by a crow wearing a fedora hat and dark sunglasses in search of a treasure chest in a sunken pirate ship. So I invite you to join me on this calming journey into Slumberland. And if you haven't already and you feel more comfortable doing so, as we begin to relax, you can close your eyes, settle down comfortably, put aside any worries from the day, and lazily exhale. And have a sense of gazing at the evening sky, perhaps 40 minutes after the sunset. Noticing the landscape around you bathed in shadows. The glint of golden light peeking from a point just over the horizon. The shades of blue darkening in the sky. And perhaps for a moment you can notice a rare sight. When the light from behind the horizon refracts in the atmosphere to create a moment of indigo. And perhaps you can imagine that indigo light carrying with it the magic of sleep as it travels into your eyes and begins to wash over and through you. Bringing peace and calm to your body and mind with each breath that you take. As I softly count down from 10 to 1 before we relax into the story. And I'm sure that you have a good reason for wanting to have a good night's sleep. And you've probably had times in the past where having a good night's sleep would have helped. 10. And your mind can find its own way to relax in the magic of sleep. 9. And as your mind relaxes, so too can your body. Perhaps letting relaxation happen from the head down or the feet up. Whatever feels more natural for you. 8. And while listening to this, it's okay to let that deeper part of yourself take over, the automatic process of falling asleep. 7. And while it does, you can say to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 6. Saying again to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 5 deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. And when listening to this story, you don't have to do anything. You can listen along for a while or just drift straight to sleep. Whatever's most comfortable for you. Four. And as the process of sleep is an unconscious one, you can't consciously make yourself sleep. It's something you have to just let go of and allow to happen all by itself. Three. And sleep begins by closing the eyes and becoming very still and relaxed. Two. And gradually you can experience a gentle shift in consciousness as your brain slows down and you start to instinctively and automatically fall deeper and deeper asleep, just like toppling the first domino, and the rest takes care of itself. One. Now, as this bedtime story begins, over the next few minutes you can listen to as much or as little of the story as you like, as you drift asleep whenever feels right for you. And you find yourself relaxing at home one day, and you're sitting in the most comfortable chair, reading a book and enjoying the silence. And as you rest there, so you become aware that you should check the mail. And you check on the mail, and you go out to a mailbox. And this mailbox is only for special mail. Mail from another time and place. And you head to that mailbox. You carefully open the mailbox. And inside that mailbox, you see an unusual sight. Instead of just having a stack of letters, or as is most common, the mailbox being empty, there's a crow, and the crow's wearing a fedora hat. Dark sunglasses, and a daisy chain hanging around its neck. And that crow squawks at you, and you can hear its feet on the inside of the mailbox, the sound of its claws tapping as it moves. Its head moving in small jerky movements as it eyes you up, almost as if it's sizing you up before it begins to talk. And it tells you that there's a quest for you to go on, and they're here to deliver this message. And they nod their head forward as if trying to shake the glasses from their face, and the glasses fall to the floor of the mailbox. They tell you to pick those glasses up and to put them on. And you look at those glasses and you see how small they are. You know there's just no way they'd fit on you. But it tells you again to pick those glasses up and put them on. And so you reach into the mailbox, and with a thumb and a finger, you carefully lift those glasses and you begin to pull them towards your face. And as you pull them towards your face, so it seems like those glasses are getting bigger and to a more natural size for you to wear. Only you notice that actually you're getting smaller at the rate and speed that you pick those glasses up and move them to your face, so that as the glasses reach your face, you're about the size of that crow. And yet you're stood on the ground, surrounded by grass, which you would now describe as tall grass. But moments ago, you would have said it was a perfectly mowed lawn. And as you put the glasses on and look around you, you see that the landscape has changed. The mailbox is still there. You're stood among what is now tall grass. You can see towering trees. And yet, the street has vanished. And you didn't even notice that happen. It seemed to happen somehow all by itself. Just the process of handling those glasses, placing them on. And the crow jumps down from the mailbox, gently flaps its wings a couple of times to slow its descent, lands gracefully before you, and carries on talking, and tells you that these are magical glasses, something you were able to figure out for yourself. But that what these glasses do, one of the bits of magic, is they're able to direct you and guide you. They use your thoughts to create paths through space. They tell you that you have to go and find the mouse, and that mouse will guide you further on your journey, because the mouse has something in the house of importance and use to you. And then the crow flies away. And so you think about that mouse. You don't know who the mouse is. You don't know where the mouse is. But somehow the glasses know the mouse you need to think of So as you think of that mouse, you see this gentle blue glowing light seeming to almost emanate from within your body, weaving across the countryside. Once you start to follow that weaving, gentle blue light, and you follow the blue light through the tall grass, past the giant towering flowers, seeing the butterflies and the bees flying in and around those flowers, almost like giant flying creatures, and birds flying high overhead. And you follow that blue light until you arrive at the edge of the woods, and you head into those woods, carefully, slowly, walking through the undergrowth. The leaves crunching underfoot, having to climb over what would ordinarily be twigs that you would just crunch your way through. And that blue light just continues weaving through this woodland. And there's something magical about walking through this woodland, the way the light dances around you, almost like walking deep underwater and seeing the beams of light dancing around overhead. Only these beams of light are dancing because of the breeze blowing through the trees, that gentle rustling of those leaves. And there's something deeply peaceful and calming about this walk on your own, about the solitude of the experience, time to be lost in your own thoughts, pondering about nature, about reality, about these glasses on your face. And pondering that mailbox. One day, many years ago, a small, wise person arrived at the door. They handed you what they said was a gift. You unwrapped it, and it was a mailbox, and they told you to place it in a safe place near your home. That from time to time, gifts will appear in that mailbox. And those gifts will often come with a catch that you would like to have. You may have to go on a quest or seek something, and normally it's going and finding books, lost scrolls or manuscripts, exploring weird and wonderful places, and placing those items in the mailbox. And you never see anyone turn up at the mailbox. You never see anyone deliver anything or pick anything up. But things appear and things disappear. And you recall a time you were told that you needed to go to a specific library. And you went to that library, and it was a really old library full of ancient manuscripts. And the smell of those old books was just the most pleasant, aromatic smell. And the feeling of turning old pages and feeling your fingertips touching those pages, feeling the words written on those pages. And you had to find a very small leather-bound book. It was a collection of poems. And there were poems about sacrifice, about one person's journey through life. And they'd written poems frequently throughout their life. And that poetry book showed that this person had a dream fairly early on. But then something happened. Someone needed help. And so they put aside their dream to help. And then there'd be another poem. About a few years later, they were looking forward to finally going and following the dream that they had. But on their way to leave the town, they found that someone needed some assistance, and they stopped and helped. And they never made it to leave that town. And this pattern continued right through their life. And for most of their life, they smiled. For most of their life, they gave off an image of enjoying their life, being happy. But deep down, there was a different life they wanted to lead. Until one day, they encountered somebody who helped them to see that life is rarely about the destination, but the journey that you take. And they started thinking about the life they'd had in a different way, and discovered that their life wasn't actually so bad. There was lots that had happened that they'd liked. It's just that they'd filled their mind with focusing on the one thing they didn't have, and not focusing on all the things they did. And you retrieved that old book. And despite being a small old book, something about it felt heavy, and you were happy to put it into that mailbox and be able to let go of that weight. And there've been other random quests you've been on, but you've never, until now, found a crow in the mailbox. And while you continue walking, This woodland seems so much larger when you're this small. You don't know how large this woodland is, you've never seen it before. But you know how large these trees normally are. And you know it doesn't normally take 30 steps to get from one tree to the next. With trees this size, they'd normally be just a stride or two apart. But it does help to give a sense of awe and wonder when you're so small compared to everything else. And as you journey, so you reach a point where you're aware of the sun setting and that you're going to have to camp the night. And you find a few broad leaves and you make yourself a hammock with those broad leaves. You climb into the hammock and gently rock asleep. And the next morning, you carry on journeying, following that path with those glasses. And while you follow that path with those glasses, so you notice that the light is gradually becoming more solid, or at least that's how it seems. It's becoming more vivid before you, as if the light is getting stronger, and you wonder if this means you're on the right track and getting close to your destination. And then you see an unusual house at the base of a tree. And you think to yourself, this house is the size of a mouse. It's probably a little too small for you to get inside. And as you walk towards that house, so you see in the back garden behind it is a mouse. And the mouse truly is the size of the house. And you walk around the house and you ask the mouse if they're the mouse you seek. The colour you are following ends with them, and they tell you that they are, and they invite you into the house. And you look at the mouse and you look at the house and you wonder how this could be possible. And they introduce themselves as Klaus. And you think this is Klaus the mouse who lives in this house. And the house that Klaus lives in is as big as the mouse. And you look back at the door, which is about a quarter of a size of Klaus. But as Klaus walks towards the house, that mouse begins to shrink. And as the mouse begins to shrink while walking towards the house, Klaus calls you into that house. And as you hear the voice of the mouse calling you into the house, you follow Klaus. And as you head towards this house, very confidently, because you're wearing these glasses, you just trust that something must allow you to be able to follow Klaus into his house and shrink, just like the mouse. And so as you begin to walk towards the door, so you begin to shrink and get smaller. And the more you walk, the shorter you become. And you follow Klaus into the house. And this house is such a cozy house, with the soft light passing through net curtains over the windows. Soft furnishings, and you sit down on the most comfortable settee in the living room. And you realize now how small you are, even compared to what you were. And you were already small compared to what you were when you woke up yesterday morning. And Klaus offers you a drink and says that they'll tell you a story that will send you on a journey. And as they sit next to you on that settee, both of you drinking your drinks, they open up a jigsaw puzzle. They pour those puzzle pieces over the table in front of them. And while telling their story, they carefully begin to search through those jigsaw pieces. They start by finding the corners and the edges, and as they find them, so they begin to place them down roughly where they think they'll go. And then they begin to spread the other pieces out, making sure all the bits are face up. And while talking, almost as if what their hands are doing are absent-mindedly happening. They continue to sort those jigsaw pieces. And they seem to know what's on this jigsaw. They seem to have an idea based on where they're organising the pieces. And yet the box just says jigsaw on the front. It doesn't give any clue to the image. And they continue to tell the story. They talk about a desert and how you're going to have to find this desert. And they share about how, searching in this desert, you'll end up coming to a crossroads and you'll have to make a decision of which way to go. And one way is left and one way is right. And you want to make sure you choose the right path, because the one that's left will be wrong. And you don't want to be left making the wrong decision. It's important that you make the right decision and choose the right path. And you wonder if this was a little vague, and so you ask them, could they be more clear? Do they know which path to take? And they say, yes, you've got to take the right path. If you take the wrong path, you'll go in the wrong direction. So make sure to take the right path, because the one that's left is going to be the wrong one. You don't want to have taken that. And you think you understand them, but you don't think they've been as clear as they perhaps could have been. And they continue telling this story about stargazing in the desert, about things you'll discover, and things you'll have to do. And from time to time they stop handling that jigsaw to have a swig of their drink. As you continue to drink the drink you've been served. But to you, this drink just tastes like gloop. It's quite tasty gloop, but it's thick and sloppy. And it's barely even a drink. It's almost got the consistency of a very thick soup. Perhaps even as thick as a mousse that's been stirred up. And after what seems like no time at all, they complete that jigsaw puzzle. They tell you that they're going to have to give you a tattoo, and the tattoo won't last forever, but it will identify you. And they get a device. They place it on the inside of your wrist. And in what's almost a single punch, like when you do a hole punch or stamp, you feel a slight prick, and then it's done. They remove that, and what you see is a tattoo of a shield. And that shield seems to have a armorial crest. And they say that is the crest of their family. That if you show that, people will instantly know that you're on a quest and that you've encountered me. And you say goodbye to that mouse as you leave that house. And as you walk out the house, waving goodbye to Klaus, so you start to grow larger again. But you only get as large as the crow size you were before. And you continue on your journey. And you've got the thoughts in your mind of the directions you were given, but your glasses mark the way. And so you follow that path your glasses line for you. Weaving through this woodland, and way off in the distance, you can hear the sound of flowing water. And you can notice that that light is directing you towards that sound. And so you continue following that light as it weaves through this woodland, over the gently undulating landscape, the soft sounds of nature, the rustling of the leaves, and the tinkling of the distant water. And as that gets louder and louder, you notice what ordinarily would barely be classed as a stream. Some trickling water crossing through this woodland. That at your normal height, a sneeze would probably be enough to make you stumble to the other side of that trickle of water. But here, just for you, you see a bridge, and it's a bridge made of twigs, and you notice as you look at the sides of the bridge and you look at it from different angles that it's been made just by resting the twigs upon each other, interlocking them. Nothing has been cut, nothing has been glued. They're just resting there. And you walk over that bridge, and it gives the most gentle creak as you do. You walk down the other side, and you follow this water on the other side. And the sound of water gets louder and louder before you as you head to the main stream. And as you arrive at the main stream, you can hear the sound of a frog croaking. And you know you're supposed to see the frog. So you continue on, following that croak and following the light the glasses are projecting before you. And as you arrive near the frog, so you discover that the frog seems to be in some kind of a wheelchair. But the wheelchair seems to have tracks instead of wheels. And in a deep and gruff voice, they tell you that it's an off-road wheelchair. They're in woodland after all. And you ask, what happened? And they say that they were larking around. They were diving from different heights into the stream. And there was a fish that was acting a bit coy, and they were trying to get its attention. And they were doing backflips. They were doing all sorts of different acrobatic dives. And then eventually they did one big dive and just landed wrong on a leg. They said it was lucky they didn't croak, but they did manage to injure a leg. But luckily, their friend Toad from down the road, he was very clever with making inventions designed for them. This unique wheelchair. And they said they're actually having more fun in the wheelchair, as it's something novel and new, than they were diving and jumping around. They've had a lifetime of diving and jumping around. They haven't had a lifetime of having wheels for legs. So while they do, they're making the most of it. And you say that You've been told you've got to see this frog, and you show your wrist, and they instantly recognize that tattoo. And as they do, they say that they'll show you to their house. And so you follow this frog as they speed across the undergrowth, travelling much faster than they perhaps should. They take you to their home, which is like a small hole in the side of the riverbank. And you head into this home, and they take you to a room through a few doors, and they tell you there's one door in front of you, and you're going to have to carefully open the door, walk through that door, and you'll find a corridor. And as you walk down this corridor, you'll notice there's multiple doors, and those doors open to different places. And one of them is right. And so you walk through the door, you close it behind you, you find yourself in a long corridor. You start to walk down this corridor, footsteps barely making a sound, as if the ground absorbs them, making them like the dullest of thuds. The sound seeming to absorb before it even makes it to your ears, making it so your ears feel slightly funny, because your brain tells you that it should hear some kind of an echo, but instead it's just a gentle, dull thud. And with a slight creak, you open the first door, and you see through that first door a child having a party. You see them swinging a bat at a piñata, family having fun. You see different animals around the garden, watching on with intrigue at these humans and the unusual customs they have. You head through another door, and through that door you see somebody exercising, and they too are in a garden. And you wonder if these are just doors to gardens and not actual rooms. But when you open the third door, you realize it must be the right door, because before you is a vast desert. But you notice there's something unusual about this desert. It looks like a desert, except it's whiter than a desert. And the magical glasses become more tinted, reducing the light. And they do so instinctively. And you see, as you look around, that everything is sparkling in every direction. You reach down, you scoop some of that sand up, and notice that you got a handful of thousands and thousands of tiny diamonds. And then as wind gusts through this desert, so it blows up glittery clouds of dust, with sparkling dust flying through the air, looking very beautiful but uncomfortable when it bashes against your face and your skin. And you back out of the door. You know this is the right door, but you want to check the other doors because there needs to be something that can help you to be able to travel through that desert much safer. Then you head to another door, and as you open this door, so it's a very marshy, woodlandy kind of area. There's a very deep, mossy scent here. The sound of crickets. It's nighttime here. And as you walk around in this area, so you notice a glowing mushroom sticking out the side of a tree. And you snap that mushroom off the tree, and it feels so soft in your hands. And as you hold it up above you, you can notice gentle pulsing light coming from within the fronds under the mushroom. And you carry that back into the corridor. You head back to the other door. You walk through that door, heading out into that diamond desert. And you hold that umbrella at an angle between the sun and partially in front of you, with that glittering cloud of dust worming its way around the outside of the umbrella, protecting you. And then you notice the light within the fronds of this mushroom umbrella begin to get stronger and brighter. And they seem to be emitting something, and it starts to form into a shield around you, like a force field emanating from the underside of the mushroom, with the faintest hum. And you can see the glow spreading out in front of you. You continue following that glow through this diamond desert, through the glittering cloud of dust. And you can feel that sensation of those legs working so hard to keep that mushroom umbrella in place. And you begin to think to yourself that you need to almost imbue yourself with the strength of the elephant. That strength to be able to withstand anything. And the magic glasses make that so. You suddenly find your legs gaining the strength of an elephant. You notice your legs feel heavier, but the muscles feel stronger. Almost like you're planting yourself as you walk. And you push on through this desert. And as the sun begins to set, the air is still warm, but the wind starts to die down. The glittering dust cloud starts to dissipate. And a reddy orangey glow dances around the sand dunes as the low light reflects off the billions of diamonds in this desert. And as that sun continues to set, so you can move that mushroom umbrella and you hold it over your shoulder, gently resting it on your shoulder as you walk, enjoying the sights and sounds of this evening. As that sun sets over the horizon and the inky blue of the night sky starts to pull itself up around that sky. As if the stars overhead are diamonds sparkling down, almost talking to those diamonds underfoot. And once the sun has fully set, so the last rays of light settle down for the night. And in the darkness, with that inky blackness, it's as if you're surrounded by diamonds, almost like a cocoon of diamonds overhead, in front of you, behind you, off to the left, the right, beneath you, anywhere you look. It's just glittering light. And you rest down for the night, lying on your back, gazing up at the stars, watching the shooting stars pass across the sky. Noticing the stars twinkling, recognizing certain constellations, wondering where this is when some of these constellations seem familiar. And as you look at those stars, you think about how some constellations have stories attached to them. Usually stories of warriors or of gods. And your mind drifts to those stories. and with the mushroom planted upright beside you, your head tucked up near the stalk of the mushroom, so you fall asleep, drifting into the most pleasant dreams. And those dreams don't seem anywhere near as strange as your actual lived experience that you've been having. But you find that they're connected to your experience, almost like they're processing the insights you've been learning. And the next morning you awaken to the gentle glow of the sun as it rises low on the horizon. Those diamonds glistening and sparkling, and that glistening and sparkling seeming to dance as the sun slowly rises and the light catches the diamonds at a slightly different angle from moment to moment. And as your head moves and your eyes move, so it all leads to those diamonds, reflecting light at different angles. And you pick up the mushroom umbrella. You continue on your day as you did yesterday. You continue following the path laid out by the glasses. And it isn't until the afternoon, when the sun is right overhead, that you find that the path seems to stop. And you look around you and you can't figure out where you're supposed to go or what you're supposed to do. You look left and right. You look straight ahead and there's no other path. And you plant the mushroom down into the ground again, sitting down under the mushroom umbrella, keeping yourself cool under the shade of that umbrella. And you wait and you wonder, trying to work out where you should go. And as the hours pass, you watch the sun continue its journey across the sky. You hear something approaching, and you look around the stalk of the mushroom, and you see a fox, and it's just ambling its way in your direction, and it seems to be riding a bicycle. And on the back of the bicycle, it's got a piano tied to it. And it seems to have an unusual contraption attached from the back wheel to some bound together bits of wood that are arching over. And as that fox is cycling, so the bits of wood are moving up and down. And as they move up and down, the ends of them tapping down onto the keys of the piano, playing out a tune. And as it gets nearer, so you can hear that tune and then it slows down, and the fox comes to a halt near you. And as it slows down, so the tune slows down, and the tune stops as the fox does. And they pop out a stand and dismount from the bike. They try to carefully rest the bike on the stand, but as soon as they let go of the handlebars and the saddle, so the stand just sinks into the sand, and the bike falls on its side. And the fox just looks at the bike, shrugs their shoulders, and in a very friendly way walks over to you. And you say that you think you're perhaps lost. You've been following a path, you found your way here. The path is laid out by your magical glasses, not an actual real path through the landscape. But the path ends here, and you're wondering which way to go. And the fox says they're some kind of a mentalist, really. They can help you figure out where to go. They tell you just have to be willing to engage with them while they do this. They ask you to stand up, to look at them. They say, look into my eyes, not around my eyes, look into my eyes. 3, 2, 1, sleep. And they take hold of one hand by the wrist. They lift that hand up, and they're gently moving the hand left and right. And as they move the hand gently left and right, they ask you about your journey, those creatures you've met, the things you've been told, the doors you'd entered and seen. And while they ask you, they just continue to gently move your arm left and right, left and right. And they tell you they know which way you need to go. The way you need to go is the one that they know. And the one that they know is the one you'll know, but only when it's time to know it. Because if you knew it before you needed to know it, then it's already known, and you wouldn't be here. They tell you that the glasses didn't lead you to nowhere. They led you to here. If you'd gone anywhere else, they would have passed by and you would have been gone. So the two of you wouldn't have met, and the glasses knew the two of you needed to meet with each other. And as they talk, so you find your mind wandering deeper and deeper into the experience. They tell you that you need to take the right path, because the wrong path, which is the one that's left, isn't the one to take. And you think to yourself, you already know that because you've already been told that, but there is no path. And then they take your hand and they start walking you gently around. And as they walk you gently around, you notice you're moving slightly more in one direction than another. And you can't work out whether you're guiding them or they're guiding you. And they tell you to open your eyes. And you're stood in a different location. You can still see that mushroom umbrella back there. but you're some distance from it. And they tell you this is the path you need to take. And you look around you and you look at the ground and you can't see any path here. They say you need to dig a little, but they don't have anything to dig with. And they run back to their bicycle. They grab a couple of spoons and they hand you a spoon and they say they'll help. And together you're on your hands and knees digging with some spoons, and you dig your way down a little way until you hear a clink as the spoon seems to hit stone, and you use your hands to brush the sand away, and you uncover a stone that seems to have been placed here when this path was visible before that diamond desert had encroached fully across this land. And it's like a waystone that says how far to different places, and there are arrows. And you see one pointing left and one pointing right. And you know which path to take. And as you know which path to take, so the glasses make the next bit of route appear here, and you thank the fox for their help. You hand back the spoon, they go back to their bicycle. You go and get that umbrella. They pull their bike up out of the sand. They say to you, their contraption that plays the piano on the back of their bike gives them some music to listen to while they cycle, but it also helps them to cycle at a right pace. They have to cycle at the correct pace for the tune to be played correctly. And they say goodbye and set off, getting up to speed as that music plays behind them. And you head back to that waystone. And you start to follow the right path, following the path laid out by the glasses. And as you follow that path, so the day continues passing on overhead, and the sun is travelling in the same direction as you. And as it begins to set, something glistens in the distance. And it isn't just this diamond desert, because this glistening is a very different type of glistening. And as you get closer, you notice it seems to be a glass staircase spiraling up towards the sky, except it doesn't seem to go anywhere. And you notice that the path laid out by the glasses is heading straight to that staircase. And so you follow the path, trusting that path. You arrive at the staircase. You begin to ascend that glass staircase, spiraling around a central glass pole. You walk all the way to the top step, and at the top of this staircase is a zip wire on a pole, and you look in the distance, and that zip wire is incredibly long, and you can't see where it goes. And so you grab hold of that handle hanging beneath the zip wire, and you lift your feet off that top step, and you can hear as that whirs above you. Feel the breeze against your face, see the desert below sparkling away the setting sun. As you travel along that zip wire, and a part of your mind tells you this is a bit of a risk to be following a zip wire just randomly situated at the top of a random staircase in the middle of a desert full of diamonds. And it feels like you have all the time in the world to think, because this zip wire seems to just go on and on and on, until eventually, looking ahead, you can see that the wire just seems to disappear into a haze. And as you rapidly pass through that haze, you come out the other side of the haze, almost like passing through mist. And your surroundings have totally changed. All you can see around you now is snow, and the zip wire strikes a padded area at the end, and you fall comfortably down into a bank of snow, landing like a snow angel, scrambling up out of that unintentional snow angel, crunching through this snow, noticing how tall everything still is around you, and being aware that when you're in the desert, you had nothing really to compare yourself to know that you were this small, apart from your encounter with the fox. And yet here, you can see the snow-covered trees, and you can see that path still laid out by the glasses. And so you crunch your way through this snow. The surface of the snow glistening a little bit like that diamond desert, only it's freezing cold here. And then you see something black and white flying overhead. And it crashes down and lands in front of you, skidding to a halt. And it seems to be a penguin. And it takes off some wings from its arms. It says that it's designed these special wings because its own wings aren't suitable for flying. They're barely good as arms, but they're very good for swimming. But as a bird, they've always wanted to fly. And so here, they've made an invention that allows them to experience that. And they tell you the invention was only made possible because of an item that they own. And they pop a backpack off their back. They tell you that this backpack is a magical backpack. And as they tell you this, they open the backpack, they place those wings in the backpack. They then pull out a chair from the backpack that seems larger than the pack it's just come out of. They place that down. They sit on the chair to carry on talking to you. They tell you that they know you're here on a mission, that you're nearing the end of your mission, and that this is probably one of the stranger missions you've had to go on. That you aren't just seeking a random book, but the crow himself came to visit you. This mission was so important, they knew that they had to give you some additional tools for this, like those magical glasses. And this mission, which is nearing its end, requires you to head all the way to the coastline. And so they offer you the backpack. And you place that backpack on your back. They tell you to head to the coast. And the magical glasses begin to guide you. And you crunch your way through the snow, passing through snowy woodland. You feel like your journey has been very long. You head out the other side of the woodland, and you can see undulating landscape of snow. But that undulating landscape seems to have an end on the horizon. And it seems quite abrupt. And so, through the day, you walk through this undulating landscape. And the sky is grey. The landscape is white. The sun barely seems to change. It doesn't get lighter or darker, and so you struggle to have a concept of time. It feels like a long time has passed, and yet it could have been a very short time. You've got no way of knowing. All you can do is carry on through the landscape. And eventually you reach that point that was on the horizon and find that it's a cliff. And you think, I think I can see something shimmering out to sea. And you can hear those waves crashing against the cliff below. And you stand a good distance back from the edge. You can see the deep blue colour of the water contrasting with the white of the snow, the grey of the sky. You can see giant floating icebergs standing out against the deep blue of the sea. And you think, if only I could get a closer look. And you reach into the magical backpack and you pull out some binoculars and you look through those binoculars And there's definitely something out there. And you wonder how you can get down the cliff, how you can travel on the water. And you walk along the cliff a little way. And you notice that there seems to be a way down. And so you start to follow that path down the side of the cliff, heading all the way down to a ridge just above where the water is crashing against that cliff. And you notice on this ridge is a cave embedded into the cliff. And in that cave, you see a chipmunk just enjoying eating some food by a warm and comfortable fire. And they invite you to sit and enjoy too. And so you sit and have some food with the chipmunk. And you say that you're trying to find a way out to whatever that is out there off the coast. And the chipmunk tells a story of hydroplaning and how maybe you could do something similar to them. And they tell you a way to invent something that could allow you to almost skim across the water. So it's like flying, but just along the surface. They say that they remember having to do that once when they lived in the countryside, before they went travelling and exploring the world around them. They said they used to live in this place where there was a hedge, but all their friends hogged it, and so their only option was to go elsewhere. But there was water between them and hedges the other side because flooding had happened. And that's how they developed the idea of hydroplaning. But then they decided, when they got to the other side, to carry on going. They'd reached a crossroads in their life, and they took the right option. And now they're here, camping and travelling, and here to meet you. And you reach into that backpack and you pull out what seems like some wings, but something that you climb onto the back of. And so you finish eating the food with this chipmunk. They tell you many years ago, this whole area was like a giant lava field. And these rocks formed. There are weird magnetic fields here. There are weird cave systems. Maybe something about that is connected to what you're about to discover. And they wish you good luck. As you then head to the edge of the cave, walking through the cave, back out, over to the edge, and then you jump. And on the device you've pulled from the magical backpack, it heads down to the water and then skims, almost like skipping a stone across the water. It skims across the surface of the water, and just a very slight lean to the left or right keeps you on track as you keep your eyes fixed on your destination. And as you reach your destination, you see that it's the top of a pirate ship that's obviously sunk here at some point a long time ago. And you reach into the backpack again, and you pull a small device out of that backpack, and it's a breathing apparatus. And when you put it in your mouth, so it suddenly expands like a suit around your whole body, and you roll off the side into the water, splashing down in the water, hearing the bubbles of each breath, feeling the weightlessness of being in the water as you start to descend, noticing on your diving gear some lights light up around you, illuminating the area around you as you dive down towards the ship itself. And you can see that there's damage to the side of this ship, and you notice that the rocks around here are black, like within the cave. And you swim into the base of the ship. You start to explore the inside of this pirate ship. And as you explore, you find your way to a small room, and you can see a compass in that room, and the needle is still spinning erratically. And you notice this ship probably sunk because of being unable to successfully navigate. And as you look around, you find a chest, and you take hold of that chest, and you pull it through that room. You pull it through the boat. You pull it out of the boat. You then reach into the backpack again. You pull something out of the backpack which you place underneath the chest, and it inflates in all directions and lifts the chest to the surface. And the chest is bobbing up and down on the surface. And you climb back on to that hydroplane. And as you sit there, you take the breathing apparatus from your mouth, and as you do, so the suit from around you disappears. You open that chest, and inside the chest you find lots of gold coins, and everything in the chest is so dry you thought that Perhaps water would have got in here. And you dig through the gold coins. And deep in the base of the chest, you find something smooth. And it's a smooth bit of coral. And you take that bit of coral. You hold it in your hand, moving it around, and it seems to almost glisten with an oily kind of look to it, with colours undulating and weaving, almost pearlescent. And you find, attached to that bit of coral, is a small note, and you can't read the writing. And as you think about how you can't read the writing, so the glasses reinterpret it. And it says where this coral came from. And then you learn that this is what you've been seeking. You just know that, as if the glasses are communicating that with you, as if they're symbolizing, just as they have for your whole journey, that you've reached your destination, you've found what you're looking for. And so you start to make your journey back the way you came. You head back towards that cliff. And when you're at the cliff, you reach into the backpack and you pull out some rope and hook and you throw that up. It catches on the cliff and you climb your way up the cliff. And you see the chipmunk still sat there. They ask you, did you find what you're looking for? And you say that there was treasure out there, lots of gold in a chest. And their eyes light up. They ask you to show them, but you say you left that there. That's not what you came for. And then you take out that bit of coral, and they don't show much interest in the coral. And you continue your journey. You head through the snow until you encounter that penguin. And you wonder how you're going to get back. You can't go up a zipwire. And the penguin reminds you you've got wings in the backpack. And so you fly up through the portal, through the mist, flying back to the desert. You don't fly all the way to where the zip wire started. Instead, the glasses guide you at a different angle towards where you came into the desert. And you fly all the way to that door. You head through the door and you slowly work your way back. And eventually, after what seems like such a long time away and plenty of time to wonder about that piece of coral, you arrive back home. You stand at the foot of the mailbox. You take the glasses off, and as you reach towards the mailbox, so you begin to grow taller. until you're back to your normal size, and the coral has increased in size and is the relative size to you still. And you open up the mailbox. You place the coral inside that mailbox. You say, before you close the mailbox, that you're curious about why that coral was sought, why you were sent on this mission. I would love to know. As you close the mailbox, and you head back inside your home, and you notice in your home that no time seems to have passed other than the time it takes to have walked to the mailbox and back again. And so you continue on with your day, like any other day. And then at the end of the day, as you arrive home, you decide before you head inside to check the mailbox, and you see a note, and it's from the crow, and it talks about the importance of that bit of coral, that bit of coral was taken from a specific coral reef by those pirates hundreds of years earlier. And it was from a magical coral reef that brings life to the oceans. And the rest of that coral has now gone. And so the only bit left was the bit on that ship. And so it was important to go and find that bit of coral so that the magical beings could take that coral and replant it and help it to regrow and bring life back with a sprinkling of magic. And you read that letter as you relax indoors, before then heading to bed. And when you head to bed, you think about the adventure you went on. You wonder whether you'll ever find out why you were chosen to be the one that goes on these adventures, the one who has that mailbox. You wonder whether there's a portal or something within the mailbox, and how that mailbox works. And all these thoughts fill your mind as you sleep, and so you drift into the most pleasant dreams, drifting, floating peacefully asleep into slumberland. And a mist permeates through the undergrowth within a bamboo forest. And as the bamboo gently sways and the mist undulates peacefully, so you find yourself walking and weaving through the silence. And as you walk and weave through the silence, leaning against bamboo as you go, hearing it creak under your arms or under your back, or as a hand pushes it aside. So maybe you notice each step that you take, the sensation of your foot on the ground, and then the next foot and the next foot. And that mist hangs so low and dense, almost like walking through water on a seashore, like walking through the white horses breaking around your ankles. And as you look around, and the moon shines into this bamboo forest, so the surface of the mist almost glows and illuminates, standing out white against the background. And looking around you, it almost looks like you're walking on top of clouds, with the bamboo poking up through those clouds high in the sky. And while walking under this moonlight, aware of the silence, just the occasional creaking of the bamboo, a slight rustling, and the sound of each footstep. So you notice, while walking through this space, that suddenly each footstep that you take seems to give off a pulse of light, and that light seems to pulse out in a direction, and with a certain pattern or order to it, pulsing away from your feet with each footstep in a straight line before you. And you notice as you walk that pulsing light, with its regular rhythm and that pattern, seems somehow familiar to you, and you're unsure exactly why that seems familiar at first. But as you look down towards your feet and you watch the light within the mist pulsing off from your feet with each step, you suddenly recognize that the pulsing light, that pattern, is Morse code. And you recall learning about Morse code a long time ago. And so you go searching the library of your mind, scouring the different recesses, following wisps of connections to try and find what this Morse code means. And you notice each step is making the same pattern. And you start almost humming or beating out that pattern with your mouth, trying to memorize it in case it stops. And then you understand what some of it means. It seems to be spelling out a short sentence and the sentence doesn't really seem to make any sense, and so you're unsure whether you're correct about your interpretation. Because what you think it says, what you think is pulsing from your feet, is scarab beetles don't like goats in coats. But you know that just sounds like such a ridiculous sentence that you must have made a mistake. But at the same time, you're curious at how you could make a mistake and still have a full sentence of words. And you watch that Morse code beating out from your feet. And again, you work out what it's saying, and each time you get the same answer. As your feet keep pushing through that mist. And off in the distance you notice a faint glow of a campfire. And before you can even hear the crackling, you start to head towards that campfire. And as you near that campfire, you see that there's somebody sat down by the fire. There's a slight clearing, and the warmth of the fire seems to be pushing back the mist in this area, thinning out that mist around the fire and the clearing. And as you reach that clearing, a wise old man who's sitting by the fire invites you to take a seat, gesturing to the other side of the fire. And you sit down the other side, feeling the warmth of the fire on your cheeks, putting your hands out slightly in front of you, allowing the warmth to soak gently into those hands and spread that healing warmth and relaxation into your body and down to the tips of your toes. And from time to time, this wise old man reaches forward and he stirs a concoction he's cooking above the fire. And you're unsure exactly what this concoction is, whether it's a soup or something else to eat or drink. But it has a sweet, delicate scent to it. And with a ladle, the old man scoops some of that into a bowl, and then gets another bowl and scoops some more into that bowl for you, and offers it to you. And you accept it, but are unsure what it is and whether you're going to actually consume it. And as you look into the bowl, so you can notice the way the liquid in the bowl is shimmering and sparkling, almost like it's infused with the colours of the rainbow, pulsing and moving, almost as if it's alive with energy. As the convection within the liquid churns and moves the contents of that bowl, and in such a friendly voice, the old man turns to you and says that it's perfectly safe to consume. In fact, you might quite like it. And then puts a slight wry smile on his face as he enjoys some from his bowl with a spoon, his cheeks going gently flushed, his face looking younger, more relaxed, noticing a wave of relaxation spreading down his body. His hair seeming slightly younger than it did before. As if somehow that liquid had some kind of healing properties. From walking all day until very late at night, you feel that perhaps you should drink some of this. You've got some aches and pains from all your walking, and so you put the spoon into the liquid, and it's ever so slightly thicker than you expected, and that sweet smell only becomes sweeter and more enticing the closer it gets to your mouth. As it wafts gently, tickling your nostrils. And you have a sip from the spoon, and almost in an instant you can feel the way that liquid caresses the inside of your mouth, dances on your tongue, tickles your cheeks, and slides down your throat. And a certain warmth and numbness sets in around the inside of your mouth, your jaw, as deep comfort begins to spread with an in-breath, filling your body, almost like that comfort is breathed in and consumed with the liquid, as any tension or stress seems to fade and be breathed out. And as you get on to the second spoon, and then the third spoonful, so that only increases the comfort within you, almost like a certain stillness is setting into you, a stillness of mind, a stillness of body, a clarity you perhaps haven't experienced before. A deep sense of peace and calm. And you work your way through that bowl of food or liquid, perhaps a soup, for want of a better description. And once you've had that soup, you relax back for a while, just enjoying the night sky, enjoying the distant rustling and creaking sound from that bamboo forest, enjoying the occasional shooting star overhead. And that deep relaxation you begin to experience more fully within you. And you realize you still don't know the name of this person, who they are. They are as relaxed as you. And so you ask them who they are. They say that their name is Cogsworth. That they're out here on a journey of discovery. And you ask what they're here to discover, and they say they don't know. Their journey of discovery, they only know what it is at the point that they've made the discovery. They don't know what they're seeking until they've found it. But the journey is the important part, because the journey ends with the discovery. And then they have to think about a new journey to go on. And so they just enjoy the journey and relax into it. And you ask about this soup they made. And they say that in these parts, growing in this bamboo forest, are some funny mushrooms, speckled with little dots of colour that shimmer under the moonlight. And those mushrooms help to guide you onto the most incredible trip in your mind. And it takes a little while for that to work through your system. But once it does, it helps you to see the world clearer, to see connections within the world that you otherwise overlook. To hear the thoughts of all the animals, the plants, not thoughts of dialogue, but thoughts of being, of existence, those deeper thoughts that don't have a voice or a language, that are often indescribable, that you just intuitively know. Like when you have that friend who is going through a very difficult time and they can't find the words to describe the difficult time they're going through. And you don't know the words for the difficult time that they are going through. But you perhaps put an arm around them, and in a reassuring way, you know what they're going through and they know you know what they're going through, and you both know that neither of you could put words to the experience. All you could do is just be, and just being present and supportive. And so it's connecting on that level, but with all things, where you notice that between you and a tree, there's not just empty space. It's not like reality exists outside of your skin and then you exist inside your skin. You're not walking through reality. You are reality. You are just information moving and changing, like a wave through the ocean. A wave can leave one place and arrive 100 miles away. Someone can watch that wave make the complete journey. But the wave that arrives on the shore 100 miles away isn't the same wave that was present at the beginning. The water, all of the particles that were present at the beginning are still there at the beginning. The water and the particles that are present at the end were never present at the beginning, but you watch the wave move from one point to another. And so it's the same with you. That deep connection and understanding of reality. That you're not separate from it. You are it. You just develop certain ways of processing and viewing the world that make you convince yourself that you're somehow separate. And yet, this soup can help to open the curtains on that illusion, revealing the fundamental nature of the reality. And you find yourself absorbed in Cogsworth's words, wrapped up in those words, curious and fascinated by the words. And as you find your mind drifting with those words, so you have that Morse code in mind, and you start to hear the Morse code, like the sound of gently tinkling bells, jingling in your mind. As you also find yourself feeling more relaxed and drifting peacefully asleep by that campfire, relaxing down and drifting asleep, enjoying the cool air on your cheeks and the warmth of the fire as it burns down to embers, to the most gentle glow. And The next morning, you awaken and find you're alone by the fire. Cogsworth has moved on, perhaps travelled off, continuing his journey of discovery, as you'll be continuing yours. And you see, next to the fire, is a flask and a note. And the note says that there's some soup in that flask. And it's the soup you drank last night. Only this is even more concentrated. And it may help you on the journey that you're on. And you stand up, and you stretch in the morning air, listening to the morning sounds of nature around you. As you start to walk from the clearing back into that bamboo forest, continuing your journey. As the sun continues to rise, the most beautiful golden yellow light permeates through the bamboo around you, giving everything a slightly green hue as it shines onto the bamboo. And all day long, you walk through this forest until eventually you find your way to a path, and you follow that path out of the forest and down through some undulating hills, the most beautiful meadows, with the sky looking so calming overhead. The grass seeming to move in waves with the breeze. Butterflies darting softly from flower to flower. As you continue walking, and you can see in the distance some tents that you're heading towards, and they're large white tents. And you continue heading towards those tents through these undulating meadows. You find yourself approaching those tents, and as you do, so you can hear the clinking of a hammer and chisel and other gentle working sounds of an archaeological dig. And you arrive at this archaeological dig. You introduce yourself. You get shown to the person in charge, who's excited to greet you and begin to tell you what they've been finding so far. And they tell you that this location seems like it was covered incredibly quickly, that there's evidence that a tsunami had passed over this space, burying everything, And so a lot of stuff had been churned up and damaged. But they're also finding things that were in boxes, that were in concrete style alcoves, that have managed to survive damage. And you take a look around the site. And you see trays of things that have been found. Many very small items, with little bits of paper saying what's in all the different sections of those trays. And they take you over to a larger box. They open the lid of the box and they show you an elephant's tusk. And they say that this tusk doesn't seem like it came from a living elephant. It seems like it was given as a gift thousands of years ago, and someone cherished it and brought it to this location. And you take a very close look at that tusk, and you see that on the tusk are some small notches, some delicate scratches. And you realize that the scratches seem to be some kind of language, some kind of pattern, and somehow you instinctively think you know what it means. You still have the residuals of the soup that you'd eaten within you, and you realize that it seems to be creating a connection that allows you to understand those scraped notches. And you look closely from all angles at that tusk. And the tusk looks hollow, but you recognize that it looks flat deep inside the tusk. And so something is obviously in there. And you delicately pry that out from within the tusk. And what you pry out is like a small wooden box, a bit like a cork box, a very soft wood to that box. And within that box is a copper bracelet. And this copper bracelet must be thousands of years old, based on the age of the tusk. And you closely examine that copper bracelet. And you don't really understand where it's from, why it's in a tusk, and what significance it had to whoever put it there. And you sit in a tent, just looking at that bracelet, admiring the metal work. really examining that bracelet. You unclip the catch, you look at the back, you clip the catch back up. There seems nothing particularly special about the bracelet other than the fact that it seems very old and it was found in an unusual location. And you place the bracelet around your wrist, in your mind thinking, I wonder what people back then looked like wearing the jewellery they had back then. What did it look like on? And you have your sleeve rolled up. You place that bracelet on, you look down at your arm and your hand with the bracelet around your wrist. And as you do, so you start to be aware that something's shifting for you, that the landscape seems to be fading and changing. The tent seems to fade in an undulating kind of fashion, as if it's waving itself out of your existence. And you find that around you, the landscape looks very different. The undulating meadows are no longer so undulating, and they seem lower down. And you can see a coastline not that far away. And you can see some circular huts, people milling around, doing different tasks. Some people looking like they've got some basic farms on the go. People riding horses past this small settlement. And you turn around as you look around you, taking it all in, noticing that everything around you has changed. As you turn full circle, facing back the way you started, there's just you with your backpack, dressed in what to anyone here would look very bizarre clothing, with that bracelet on your wrist. As you walk towards the settlement. And while walking towards the settlement, you wonder whether this is what the place looked like before the tsunami. And if so, how long before? And you head down to that settlement, and someone greets you in a very friendly way, having noticed the bracelet on your wrist. And you realize you can somehow understand them. And as you respond to their greeting, they can understand you. And you notice that wearing that bracelet identified you as someone who's a friend or who they must know in some way. And they show you through this settlement, and you say that you're from another land. there's someone you once knew a long time ago, and that's where you got the bracelet. And they walk you through this settlement, and they introduce you to the elder. And the elder says that they've been having visions of a certain type of future that they don't want to share with the rest of the settlement. But they do need to plan what to do. And you express how you know about the giant wave that hits this land. And they interpret it as you being able to see the future like they can. And their plan is to get everyone away before that wave hits. That they don't know exactly when it'll happen, but in their vision, the settlement looked very different, so they know that it isn't for quite some time. And so just in case it's a long way off, they're going to record their visions for future generations. And you notice that at this time, they weren't tracking time the way people in the modern day perhaps do. And so it's very difficult for them to be able to judge deeper time, very long periods of time, beyond lifespans. And you notice that this elder is drinking some of that soup. And you show that you have some of that soup too. And so the elder offers to share some of their soup with you. And they say that they found a way of making it even more effective. They go to a basket with some cut violets. They tear off some of the violets. And then with a pestle and mortar, they crush that down and turn it almost into a paste. They add that to their concoction, mixing it with the mushrooms. They then ask you to put your arm out, and so you do. And they remove the copper bracelet for a moment. They gently dunk that copper bracelet into the liquid just a couple of times before wiping the bracelet and handing it back. And something strange in the moments when they took that copper bracelet, I think you noticed almost like a glitch around you. Things temporarily glitching and phasing, but returning to normal once you put that bracelet back on. And they explain that the copper in the bracelet, just a dash of the copper touching that liquid, is enough to make that liquid even more potent. and you know that they don't know about particles, but you have this sense that perhaps that's what they're talking about, that a very small amount of the copper dissolves with that liquid, and they stir that up, and they leave it boiling while they talk to you as it gently simmers, and from time to time they give it a little stir. They say if you have the patience to let it simmer right down so that it's almost like a paste, then it's even more potent, even more effective at allowing you to connect with the world, to see reality as it truly is, including seeing the past, present and future all rolled into one. And there's many things they say they've seen that they just don't understand and can't even comprehend. And that to them this is all a learning experience. That they have to learn to comprehend things unknown. They talk of seeing things flying in the sky made of metal, shimmering and shining high overhead. But they have no concept of how that could be possible. And they've seen so many things they just can't explain. But they write these down the best way they can, trying to explain them with the knowledge they have and the knowledge those around them might understand, or at least glimpse at what it is they've seen. And after some time, that soup is almost a paste, and they serve up some for you and some for themselves. And as you eat some of that soup, so you feel that warmth again, that healing sensation through your mind and body. Your mouth going gently numb, your cheeks going warm and comfortable, your body relaxing deeply. And you find yourself drifting into a vision of a time previously unseen. You find that your eyes want to close, and so you let them, and as they do, while you rest so relaxed there, you get a sense that your body is comfortably cool. And as you open your eyes, you find yourself in an ice cave. And in this ice cave, you're greeted by the most friendly rat in a hat. Who taps on your head with a paw going rat-a-tat-tat, and then takes the hat off and bows down and introduces themselves and asks where you came from and how you came to be in their home. and you're more curious about the fact the rat lives in an ice cave than you are about the fact that they're talking and wearing a hat. And you hadn't even paid attention to the suit jacket they were wearing, or the polished black shoes that didn't seem suitable for walking around on ice. And they said that in this land, this isn't unusual. And they show you out of the ice cave, and you find that here there are many ice caves, but between each ice cave is open meadow. And they say that it's just an ability they have here to be able to manipulate the elements when they want somewhere to stay. They have the ability to manipulate moisture, so the moisture in the air coalesces and turns to ice, and in their mind's eye they have a sense of the shape they want it to be, and it turns into a house. And so they form these ice caves, and the rat turns one poor palm up and thinks about a hammer. And while thinking about a hammer, an ice hammer forms in the palm of their paw, and they hand that to you to prove a point that here mammals have the power over the moisture in the air. They can turn it to ice or snow, whatever it is they want, they can form with it. And you say that you're unsure why you found yourself here. But here is where you found yourself. You explain that you were just sitting down, eating some soup. And the rat says perhaps you should take a look around and see if you can figure out the meaning of why you would be here. And they recommended that to travel around faster, perhaps you should ride on one of the horses. And they call over one of the horses, who responds with a yawn and the most British accent you've ever heard. So British it almost seems put on. And as the horse trots over, so its hooves seem to be playing music with each step. The most relaxing tune, with a rhythm and a beat to match the strides. And the horse comes over, and the rat says, "Will you give my new friend a ride?" They're here in the middle of somewhere, but they don't know where here is. And the horse says, "But you've just told me that here is somewhere, so don't they know that they are somewhere?" And the rat says, "I think they know they're somewhere, they just don't know where somewhere is." and so they'd like to know where that is. And the horse says, well, do you want me to take them to nowhere? Because I know where nowhere is. It's down the road from somewhere. It's a short ride, if that's what they'd like to do. I can take them from somewhere to nowhere, if they don't know where they're going. And you ignore the conversation as it goes over your head and decide to mount the horse. And the horse begins to trot along while engaging in conversation. And as they talk and walk, so you look around and you try to avoid asking about somewhere or nowhere. And the last thing you know you want to do is tell them you're happy to be taken anywhere, in case they actually do that. And so as you head from somewhere, perhaps on a journey anywhere, but knowing you could end up nowhere, you continue exploring this land. And the horse takes you through the land, through the grass, through meadows, along the edge of a river, until eventually you arrive at some mountains. And the horse explains that they're not really built for climbing mountains. Their hooves just don't work so well for that. But they tell you that there's someone here who might be able to help. And you look around and you can't see anyone. And the horse walks over to the edge of the tree line at the foot of these mountains and whistles up into the tree. And out of the tree, a spider descends. And this spider sounds so friendly and looks so cute, with large eyes and a fluffy body. And you say that you've never seen a spider looking quite like this. And the spider says, is it because of my jumper? Not many other spiders are knitting spiders. You get jumper spiders who like knitted clothing, but they don't normally want to do the knitting themselves. And you get spiders that like doing weaving and living in weaved holes, but they never seem to knit anything for themselves. But this spider explains that they do enjoy knitting. The only thing they like more than knitting is swinging from tree to tree and walking the tightrope they create between trees. And they drop down, land on the ground. They see what you're wearing. And they say that's not suitable for a trek over the mountains. And then they head into the woods, gathering up different plants and mosses. They come back, and seemingly rapidly, they start knitting. And the first thing they knit is a sock. They tell you to put that on just over your shoe, and then they knit another sock, which they tell you to put on. And the socks are knitted with different things and don't look at all the same. But they say that, is it really about what it looks like? These are being knitted for your comfort, not for you to look at and admire. And so you put both the socks on and they carry on knitting. And they knit you a long jumper. And you place that long jumper on. And then they climb up onto your shoulder. And you begin to ascend the mountains, wrapped up so warm. The knitted socks over your shoes, seeming to do a better job at gripping the ice and the snow below. As you crunch your way through that snow, and you say goodbye to the horse, and you crunch and walk, ascending the mountains. As the day continues on, and as you near the top of the mountain, so twilight begins to set in, and you're curious whether you're going to make it somewhere to stop before the sun's fully set, because you know you're not going to make it all the way over the mountain. And the spider tells you there's a perfect cave just a little further up, not too much further to make it. And then as you continue ascending and the sun continues to descend and the stars rise in the sky and the moon starts beating its silvery glow over the mountainside, making the snow glisten like a million diamonds attached to the side of the mountain. So you see the faintest hint of a glowing light flickering gently in the night, and the spider directs you towards that glowing light. As those socks continue to work almost like magical shoes, helping you climb this mountain with ease. And as you near the glowing light, you realize it's an oil lamp outside a cave. And the mountain levels out slightly. You head over to the cave. You settle down in the cave. And just inside the cave, you light a campfire, and the spider sits down beside you. As you sit and talk to each other while relaxing in that cave, before drifting and floating asleep, knowing tomorrow you'll make it over the top of the mountains, down the other side. As you fall peacefully and comfortably asleep, and the next morning you awaken to the glow of the sun weaving its way gently into the entrance of the cave. The fire now completely burnt down, but still giving off just the slightest warmth. And the spider says that from this point you can probably complete this journey yourself. They've helped you this far. You'll be at the top of the mountain within a couple of hours, and it's all downhill from there, they say with a wry smile. And so you say goodbye and set off, heading up over the mountain. And as you head down the other side, you have plenty of time, while looking over the view, to ponder the entire experience, to try to think about what it is that you're here for. What's your journey? And the words of the wise man go round in your mind about the important thing being the journey, not the destination. And you continue down this mountainside, and while continuing down the mountain, looking out across the view, you see that this side of the mountain is mainly desert, at least stretching out as far as you can see. And as you get to the foot of the mountain, so you walk into that desert, and you begin to walk through the desert. And find it's difficult work walking through this desert, your feet constantly sinking into that sand, as that loose, dry sand blows around you, gives way beneath your feet, making it more exhausting to walk this side than it was even walking on the mountainside. And as you walk, you think this would be so much easier if this sand was wet, because then it would hold it together. And while you're thinking that, you feel some drops of rain. But as you look around you, you don't see any clouds. And then you notice above you a rain cloud forming. And you're reminded of what you were told earlier. And with a smile, you think even more about the rain. As that rain cloud forms above you, starts to rain around you, soaking the sand beneath you. And as the sand soaks and the rain cloud gets a little larger, so it's raining around a wider area around you, you start to run across the desert. You realize when moving fast. It's like walking on custard, that the faster you travel, the more solid the surface. And so you run at a comfortable pace in the rain, in a dry desert, leaving this trail of rain and wet sand behind you. Feeling cooled by that rain, helping you to traverse this desert even easier. And eventually, deep in the desert, you see the top of some ruined buildings, looking like they were covered years ago as the desert has gradually traversed the landscape. You stop at those ruins. You take a look around the ruins. You see that there's a small gap you can probably squeeze into to take a look inside these ruins. And you head into that gap. And it's such a relief being in the ruins compared to out in the desert. In the desert it was hot. The wind would whip up the sand. But down here it's cool and calm, and you shine a light around the space. And you see this space has a certain peaceful quality to it. And there are some pictures painted on the walls, looking like they were painted generations ago. And some of it looks like it was marked with chalk. And the only way for that to be possible is if this landscape was very, very different at the time this place was habited. And you wonder how long ago this place was inhabited. As you look around, and you see a staircase leading down, and you follow that staircase deeper under this structure. And you notice artwork which looks Egyptian. And you enter a corridor, and on one wall you see a picture, and in the center of the picture is a drawing of a scarab beetle that's incredibly colourful, like someone's put a lot of work into creating that. And on the wall opposite the scarab beetle is a picture of what looks like somebody carrying a goat under their arm, tucked into a coat. And it's almost like a flash of light goes off in your mind, making a connection with that Morse code. Like an aha moment, exploding itself into your consciousness, not just creeping slowly, but just suddenly being there. that the scarab beetle doesn't like the goat in the coat. And you see these two pictures on opposite walls. And you don't quite know, there's something just on the edge of consciousness that you're trying to grasp. And you think the best way to grasp an idea on the edge of consciousness is to move on. Continue down the tunnel. And so you continue, walking down the tunnel, walking along this corridor, looking at the different pictures on either side. What looks like an Egyptian priestess holding an offering and wearing unusual earrings. Walking a bit further and seeing some pictures looking like another offering. And you carry on walking, and at the end of this corridor is a mirror resting against a wall. And it doesn't seem like the location the mirror's supposed to be. And so you take hold of that tall mirror. You move it around. And as you move it around and see the way the light reflects off of it, you have an unusual idea. You take that mirror back down the corridor and you place it over the person with the goat, facing that scarab beetle. And then as you step out of the way, so you notice a beam of light reflecting back and forth between the paint of the scarab beetle and that mirror. And that beam of light starts to hum. And the colours start to become more vivid. And as they do, so it's almost like the light becomes a liquid flowing and starting to fill this space. And it fills the space with the most comfortable blueness, like an ethereal blueness that permeates through you. And as it envelops your body, so you feel your chest, your arms, your legs pulse and stretch out of your body, like consciousness leaving that physical self there, and as consciousness floating above your body, you look back and you see your arms spread gently and comfortably out, your legs resting, barely touching the floor, your back very gently arched, your head slightly back, as if you're resting on the surface of a pool of water, just floating there, gazing up at the sky, the whole body weightless and relaxed. And you see a golden thread between you and your body, and find with a thought that you can move away from your body. You can explore beyond the corridor. You can rise up and see the land and explore this land. You can think about anyone or anything anywhere. It can be somewhere, it can be nowhere, or it can be anywhere. It doesn't matter where, you can think about them, or it, or that, and you're there, observing. You can think about any time and find yourself in any time. It's almost like the cogs in your mind have been freed to circle and move, and power your mind in a way completely unknown, where you go with the flow, where you move with resistance, where everything that happens in any given moment is treated as the right thing to be happening in that moment, where you take that right thing and just direct it in the direction it needs to go. You know it's so much easier to redirect a river rather than stop it and try and force it to change direction. And so you find your mind connected as a spirit with this world around you. And you have the most incredible experience of deep learning and an understanding far greater than you could ever explain. And the experience is timeless. There's no future or past, just a present, this moment. And you enjoy this moment. Before following that golden thread through space and time, easily and effortlessly back to your body, settling gently down in your body as that blueness fades. And while the blueness fades, so the paint on that scarab beetle begins to chip off a little bit, and some small scrapings of the paint fall to the floor as delicately as a feather falling to the ground. And as that falls to the floor, so it begins to sparkle and twinkle. And it turns into something as it lands. And on the ground, you see what looks like a very small version of that scarab beetle, only made out of copper. And you pick it up and you touch it to the bracelet. and its legs wrap around the copper of the bracelet and seem to pull tight on the bracelet, pulling itself into the bracelet, becoming a smooth and flat part of that bracelet, as if that's how it was always made. And then you begin to find your way out of this space with this curious experience you've had. You head out into the desert. You sit on the sand near the desert. You think about the experience you've had as you take that flask from your bag. And when you go to drink from the flask, you suddenly become aware that you know the smell of that soup, that sweet soup smell suddenly evokes a memory of the smell of hot apple cider, bringing a deep comfort through you, of an idea of a distant time, maybe another life, of relaxing in a cornfield on a sunny day, enjoying a drink of hot apple cider with some friends, and you drink from that flask, and you find your mind opening deeper. And then you carefully remove that copper bracelet from your wrist. And as you do, everything around you begins to glitch and fade and shimmer, and a hum begins to reverberate around you. And you find yourself back in that archaeological dig tent, holding that copper bracelet in your hand, holding your flask in the other hand. You look around you and everything looks normal, and you look at that copper bracelet and you see that scarab beetle on the copper bracelet, and you know that it wasn't there before. And you place that back in the box with the tusk. And you talk with others at this archaeological dig, and you share your expertise, only you share more than you otherwise should have known because of your experience. You share that there should be some evidence of a settlement just a little way along these undulating hills. You share that it seems like everyone left before the tsunami hit, and that they must have known that that was coming. And you don't explain how you know any of this. You just say these are your hypotheses. And you're shown to a tent you'll be staying in for the night. You stay in that tent, thinking about the experience you've had, pondering its meaning, and as you lie down to sleep, so you start to feel a deep connection with the world around you, as if something about that state between wakefulness and sleep allows you to connect with a deeper reality. And you wonder, when you head back the way you came, whether you'll re-encounter that wise old man, whether you'll decide to pick any of those mushrooms for the future, and you know more about making a potent version of that drink than perhaps that wise man even knew. But for now, you settle down in the tent, and you drift and float so peacefully, so calmly relaxed, asleep into slumberland. You can imagine yourself walking along the shore of a beautiful beach, and as you walk along this shore of this beach, listening to the way the water rolls in onto the shore, smelling the salty air, being aware of the temperature of the breeze and the air on your cheeks, and the feeling of what each footstep feels like as you walk along that seashore, the way your feet sink slightly with each step, the sound of each step, the movement of the water at the corner of your eye. And as you walk, a part of your mind is drifting and dreaming and wandering to different thoughts. And while thinking about different thoughts, in your own world, in your mind, a glint of light catches your eye way off in the distance, and you carry on walking, and you're heading along the shore towards that glint of light. And you're not really paying attention to the glint of light, more that it just happens to be on the path you're taking. And so you continue walking in that direction, aware of the sounds around you, the sensations of walking along a seashore. But the whole time you're walking, you're getting closer and closer to that glint of light. And the closer you get, the more you notice it's just on the cusp, just on that point where the water flows over that glinting object, and it's the object getting wet and then that water pulling back that makes the surface of it glint in your direction. And so when you reach that object and you're standing just above it, you can see it sticking out slightly. And you reach down and the water is rolling in underfoot and then pulling back out. Rolling in underfoot and then pulling back out. And your hand pushes down into the ground, grabbing hold of that glinting object. And as you lift that up, you find that it's a candlestick made of gold. And you walk a little bit further into the water, just up to your ankles. And you hold the candlestick into the water flowing over your hand, flowing over the candlestick, washing that candlestick as it gets brighter and glows more. Then you back up out of the water and you hold the candlestick up in front of you, taking a look at that candlestick as it seems to almost shine under the light. And you admire this candlestick, the craftsmanship of the stick. And you look at it from all different angles. And then from one angle, you notice a slight seam around the candlestick. And you open that seam, that point where it seems to join. And as you open it, you find a candle dry inside, protected from the elements. And wrapped around the candle is a piece of paper tied to the candle with a bit of ribbon and the most delicate bow, and with a single pull of a thread of the bow, the whole bow unravels. You place that thread into your pocket. You roll the candle into the hand, taking the paper in the other hand. You walk up onto the shore a little bit further. You place it down on the shore as you sit down, hearing the water now lapping on the shore further down the beach. And you begin to read. And as you read, so you realize that this is like a poem. And it's a poem about a seashore. And the poem seems to describe that there once was a church on a cliff, a short distance from this location. And at the time, the water was much lower. And people used to gather on that cliff and look out to sea. And along this cliff was also a lighthouse that let sailors know they were nearing the land. But many years ago, something happened, and the cliff ended up under the sea. It didn't collapse. It was just as if the land lowered itself down into the sea. And it happened quickly and unexpectedly. And a new shore was created. And it talks about how it happened so fast that no one had time to take anything from the church or the lighthouse or anywhere else along the shoreline. And this story was told through a poem on that paper. And you wonder to yourself whether that church is still there, just under the water. The tide never goes out far enough to clear the drop-off point, the point off the shore, where the land just suddenly sharply descends to the depths of the ocean. And it gets your mind whirring. You begin to think about the possibilities of what could be there and what might have been lost when the water encroached. And after sitting for a while, gazing out to sea, wondering whether there's those structures still there and what else might lie off the shore, you head away from the shore. You journey up the beach. You walk through some woodland. Heading back to your car. And as you do, you pass a child outside a cabin, along a dirt road through the woodland. And they have a small table selling lemonade. And they smile at you with a toothy grin and try and encourage you to buy some of that lemonade and tell you it's homemade and that they've added some grapes which they've turned into ice cubes that will float on the top of the lemonade. And so you take a cup of that lemonade and continue your journey back to your car. And as you drink that lemonade, so you notice the bubbles feel strange. Instead of fizzing up, with each mouthful you drink, they fizz down. And not only do they fizz down, but they lift your consciousness up. And with each mouthful of the drink, you have this sense that the bubbles are pulling down and your mind is clearing, like a fog lifting from your mind, making the world seem extra crisp and clear, seeming to connect you on some altered level with this world around you, where you become hyper-aware of the subtleties of the sound of each footstep, the way leaves gently crunch in stages beneath your feet with each step, and twigs crack and birds sing, and the patterns in the clouds as they move overhead, like your awareness of the world around you, of space and time, is becoming hyper-aware, like a deep connection to reality. And a part of your mind becomes deeply curious about that lemonade, and something about it makes you continue to drink. As you continue to walk and you pass the edge of the woodland, now walking past the fields, and as you walk past those fields, you can smell the scent of hay wafting from one of the fields, and see a couple of horses eating the hay in that field, and water vapour evaporating off the backs of the horses. Their occasional neigh as you continue walking, deeply curious about this experience you're having. And as you continue walking and you pass the fields, and this country path continues, so you hear a slight squeak, and then you see that somebody is swinging on a swing hanging from a tree opposite the fields in a slight clearing. The grass gently moving and swaying in the breeze. But as you watch and get closer, you notice that it's not a child as you first thought. It seems to be a platypus dressed as a court jester. With each swing, their head goes back slightly, and the bells on their hat jingle as their feet rise up as they swing back forward. And they swing themselves back and forth. Their rounded, long, green shoes, with little bells jingling on the ends. The bells on the hat jingling with the movement. The tree swaying gently as that swing goes back and forth. And they notice that you glance in their direction, and you're watching them as they swing. And in a high-pitched and friendly voice, they greet you and ask you if you want to come over. They ask if you'd like a go on the swing, and you refuse a number of times before they encourage you and tell you it'll be fun. Sometimes it's good to recapture elements of youth and do things you've long forgotten. And so you begin to swing on that swing. And as you swing, so you begin to get higher and higher. And the higher you get, the more you swing, and the more you swing, the more you think, wouldn't it be cool if I could get high enough to swing right around the branch? And you swing and swing, but you never quite seem to be making it to be able to go over the top. And as you're swinging, the platypus says that they'll push you and that'll help you. Maybe with their help, you can swing all the way around. And so they pull up a toadstool behind the swing. And then as you swing back, they jump up and grab the back of the swing. And with their weight as well, they thrust themselves down, adding an extra bit of strength to making the swing swing. And then they jump back on the toadstool and do the same again as you swing back. Just as you reach that peak back, they jump up, grab the back, and use their weight to push and hold on. As you swing forward with even more speed and higher and higher, until eventually you notice you're almost at the point of being able to go around the branch. And with one last push, the swing goes around the branch, and everything around you seems to become deeply focused and change. And once you pass the top of the branch and are heading back to the bottom again, so the swing seems to disappear and you find yourself swinging around underneath the branch and heading forward along a water slide. The entire environment now changed. No longer facing opposite fields with horses, no longer down a country road, no longer near a tree, just hurtling down a water slide. And as you gasp slightly in shock, so some of the water splashes onto your face and you notice the taste that it's champagne. As you travel down this water slide, weaving, dropping down, spinning around, and eventually splashing down into what seems like a swimming pool, except it's more like a dug-out burrow in the ground. And it's just underneath the surface of the ground. And you scramble out of this pool on the other side into this underground home. And are greeted by a llama. And this llama has the craziest pink hair and dark glasses, and seems to have the curliest, longest ginger nose hair. And you try and keep your eyes off of its curly ginger nose hair, but then just find your eyes drawn to the curly ginger hair coming out of its ears. And then the llama talks, and you expect it to have a slightly higher voice than it ends up having, and it talks with a deep voice and a slow voice. And it talks about how you're going on a journey. It knows that you found that poem, that you opened a candlestick, and it started you on an adventure as the one who found that. And nothing that you've seen is as it seems. The child isn't really a child. The lemonade isn't really lemonade. The platypus really was a platypus, but they're not really a court jester. And they walk you through from the pool, deep into what's like a rabbit warren, but a warren high enough for a llama to walk through it. And strangely, although the ground looks like mud, each footstep echoes, almost as if it's solid stone. And the llama says there's something strange about the layout and the design of this space. Each echo, each corridor makes sound reverberate in a pattern. pattern is pi. The sound reverberates in an endless note that's constantly subtly changing and never repeating. And as the llama walks, they say they've got something to show you, that you've shown a curiosity about the time before the Great Sink, before the land dipped into the water and the cliffs disappeared. And at one point during the walking, they descend steps, going deeper and deeper into this burrow, further underground. It opens out into a room where you see other animals, and all these animals are dressed in curious fashion. And you see that platypus in here. And you see a giraffe which talks with the same voice that the lemonade selling girl had. And the platypus comes over, carrying a large silver tray, and on the tray is a moose. And the platypus seems to take great delight in asking if you'd like some of this mousse, that they designed it and made it themselves. And they serve up a serving of that mousse. And the llama says they've always wanted to be a court jester. They think they're funny. And you carry on walking while eating that mousse. And as you eat the mousse, so you notice that your arms begin to feel heavy and relaxed, and your body feels heavier and more relaxed. And the llama says the mousse isn't really just mousse, like the lemonade isn't really just lemonade. It's helping you perceive reality in a different way. And as your body feels heavier and more relaxed, so you see what looks almost like fine hair along the walls, glowing and pulsing. And the llama says that's just the mycelial network charging up, and passing messages through all living things. And eventually, you arrive at a door, and the llama opens the door and says, if you just walk through this door, you'll learn something new you didn't know you knew. Because it's not the time to know it until you discover that you knew it. And you walk through the door, and the door's closed behind you. and you can see a gentle blue glow off in the distance. You head towards that blue glow, and the tunnel opens out wider and wider, until eventually you notice it looks like a window to under the sea. Except that when you reach out with a hand, there's no window there. And you pull your hand back, and your hand's wet from the sea. And it's as if the sea just doesn't come in through this gap. And you guess from the journey you've been on that perhaps this is under the sea partway down that cliff. And you look around you, and you can see beside you a small rubber duck. And there seems to be nothing else around, so you pick up that rubber duck. And as you do, so you have this sensation that you're changing and evolving into something different. Almost as if you take on some of the qualities of a rubber duck. And as you do that, so you walk towards that gap in the wall and find yourself swimming out through that gap. And as you swim out through the gap, as if made of rubber, able to breathe perfectly fine and survive perfectly fine under the water, with the water being no issue at all, you swim down towards the sea floor, seeing the undulating sand carpeting that sea floor. And you swim all the way down to that sand. You run a hand through the sand, churning it up slightly, creating a gentle cloud as you go. And then you see some sand churning up in front of you. And it churns and becomes something of a sandstorm underwater, filling the space around you with that dense sand, so you can't see forward or backward or left or right or up or down. Just a murky, sandy colour, whatever direction you look. And then you hear some bubbling in that water. And then everything goes quiet. And as the sand begins to settle, and you remain very, very still to allow the sand to settle, you see before you a baby shark with the friendliest of smiles. And that baby shark tells you that it's there to guide you to a specific location It's been born for this moment, at this time. And you follow that baby shark as it swims deeper into the ocean, swimming away from the cliff. The sea getting deeper and deeper. And after swimming for quite some time, you hear what almost sounds like singing under the sea, what you could only describe as a subtle hint of a sea shanty carried on the wind, only transmitted through the water. That shanty penetrating your ears, seeming to come from one specific location. And you follow that shark swimming deeper and deeper until you start to hear a slight humming and see a slight glowing light. And you swim towards that light and discover that it's a globe. And strangely, once you're close to the globe and your eyes begin to adjust to the light from the globe, you find that you can see into the globe. And the globe's about 4 times the size of your head, with half of it buried in the sand, and the outside of it is incredibly bright. And as your eyes adjust, they can see inside it, and inside it looks very different. And the baby shark is swimming around slowly, gently, in circles around you and the globe, while talking to you, telling you that if you touch that globe and close your eyes, you'll be able to project yourself inside. And so you reach out and touch the surface of the globe, feeling how smooth that globe is. And as you feel the smoothness of the globe, so your hands start to move through the globe, and you start to follow. And as you follow, so everything goes misty, and a strangely glowing fog seems to form around your experience. And you fall through that fog and find yourself lying on your back on the softest carpet of moss, with the scents of woodland around you. Rays of light penetrating the glowing fog, dancing like spotlights as the wind blows a breeze through the trees. And it's almost as if those rays of light are vacuuming up the fog, seeming to wipe it away with each pass. As you feel yourself so deeply and comfortably supported by the moss, feeling the coolness of that moss and the dew created by the fog, tickling your cheeks, dripping off of leaves, and as it clears, so you find you're in the most lush, beautiful woodland. And you walk through this woodland. You run your hands over the damp bark of some of the nearby trees, enjoying the different scents of this woodland, the sounds of birds singing. Exiting that woodland and finding yourself walking through some undulating hills towards a cliff edge, seeing in the distance, beyond a farm, a church standing tall and proud, and recognizing that this must be that cliff because further along is a lighthouse. And a small robin flies past you and lands on a fence post, singing and watching you. You watch it, and you walk gently and carefully past the robin so as not to disturb it. You pass through a gate into an orchard. You walk slowly, carefully, taking your time to observe what this orchard looks like, what this place looks like. Walking through the orchard towards the farm, towards the farmhouse. And around the edge of the orchard there's wildflowers, with butterfly landing on different flowers, puttering around for a while before flying to another flower, and bumblebees flying from one plant to another, life having a graceful rhythm. And you arrive at the farmhouse and notice that no one seems to be here. And you take a look around this farm and around the farmhouse. You find that there's a fire gently crackling away in the fireplace in the living room. And there's a book on a side, as if someone was sat here not that long ago, perhaps reading by this fire. And open, resting on the book, is a locket on a golden chain. And inside that locket is a drawn picture of somebody. And on the other side, on the inside of the locket, is a quote expressing love from the person who the picture's of in the locket. And you pick up and handle that locket and feel the chain as it weaves between your fingers. And the textures of the decoration on the outside of the locket. before placing that back down on the book. Continuing to look around inside this farmhouse and seeing on the wall a large map of this area. Seeing the farm marked on the map, noticing where the cliff is on the map, the church, the lighthouse, and being able to recognize some of the landmarks that let you know where the current shoreline is. And then heading out of this farmhouse and continuing walking to the cliff edge. And as you walk towards the cliff edge, so you can hear the church bell ringing and reverberating around this landscape, at some points giving the illusion that the sound of the bell is coming from other directions, sometimes even sounding like it's coming from behind you. And as you near that church, you see that there's actually someone here. And while approaching the church, they start to approach you. And as they approach you, there's something familiar about them. Something that makes your mind feel like you know them. And with a smile, they reach out and they shake your hand. They invite you into the church. You follow them into the church, and inside the church, you see that candlestick. And you see a saw, and you see that they're preparing that candlestick with the message that you found. And they tell you that they have certain magical abilities. They can't stop what's going to happen here, but they can leave a clue. They can leave some breadcrumbs that can be followed so that people can come back here and explore and learn. And you ask them, what happens here? And they tell you that a certain shift happens deeper into the continent. And that shift goes way down deep under this side of the continent. And very quickly, but still quite smooth, suddenly the entire side of the continent gives way and lowers into the sea. And they'd worked out it was going to happen long before it did. And that's why there's no one here. Because they are here, just not really here. They've been placed in a slightly different level of reality, on a slightly different plane of reality. And so they partially interact here, but aren't really here, so when the change happens, It only happens to the land, and then they'll return to this reality once it's safe to do so. And that's why you don't see much here, but you can hear through the different realities, with the sound reverberating through dimensions. And all it takes is a little bit of magic. And they guide you deeper into the church. You see that nobody's ringing the bell, and yet the bell is ringing. And they tell you that they're going to be leaving a note to be found. And when the time is right, the shore will wash down enough for it to be discovered. And then the stories of here will be told there. And you look around this church and find that it's actually already pretty empty. There are very few documents left here, very little of any real value or interest. It's all been moved and shifted and changed to another dimension. And in the heart of the church, they lean on a pew. And as they lean on that pew, so a click can be heard. And with that click, the pew spins around, the ground opens up, and steps spiraling down form in the ground. And together you descend into this secret tunnel, and you follow this secret tunnel, which eventually starts to rise up again. And as it rises up, so you find yourself rising up into the lighthouse. And you ascend to the top of the lighthouse, looking out over the sea. And they tell you that you can see the sea, and you can see the way the sea is beginning to come this way, as the land is beginning to lower. And together you watch and wait as this land lowers beneath the ocean. And it looks, from your perspective, like the ocean is just suddenly getting deeper and deeper, like a tide that just seems to endlessly be coming in. And it does so gently, so calm and relaxed, just a small amount at a time, until it's up above the height of the lighthouse. And the magic protects you and makes it so that it's almost like you're in an air bubble watching this happen. And you see, looking up, the pattern of the water, of the light shining through the surface of the water above. As that light shimmers overhead and the surface gets higher and higher above you. And then there's stillness. And you now know how deep and how far out these structures are. And you're told that you can head down the lighthouse to the exit, and you can swim out. And you'll find that as you swim out of this lighthouse, you're back where that baby shark was. And so you head down the lighthouse. You open the door. You see that the water doesn't come in the door, it just sits there the other side of the door. You swim out of the lighthouse, and you find yourself almost as if you've just swum out of that globe. And the baby shark is just circling around you. And to them, just a moment has passed, like a flash of you touching the globe, and next minute you're swimming from the other side of the globe. And you explain to them that you know what happened here, and you follow them back towards the cliff. And once back at the cliff, so you head back in through that gap, finding yourself back dry, and just as you were before you left. And you head back to that door, pass through the door and see that llama, recognizing that the llama is the same as the person you've just met. And you raise this with them and explain that you think that they're the same. And they say that they're the spirit of nature, they're the spirit of this land. The whole role is just to protect the land and those in it, but also to share knowledge and history, and to keep a connection from the past to the present and on to the future, about what happened here. And they take forms that are based on things that are familiar, but that are also based on the way your mind works. And so you see kind of what you'd want to see, something that will grab your interest, something you'll find fascinating or curious, something that will make you want to engage and want to follow along. And that what you've been consuming this whole time is a magical mushroom. And it's that magical mushroom whose properties were mixed in with the lemonade, mixed in with the mousse, even mixed in with the champagne water slide. And it's that magical mushroom properties that allow you to transcend one reality to another, to shift as a consciousness. And as that fades within you, so you'll find yourself just back on that swing, on your own, just swinging back and forth, back and forth. And as they say this, back and forth, back and forth. So you start to get this feeling of swinging gently on a swing. And a haze seems to form around you, almost like the sleep in your eyes in the morning, where you feel that urge to rub your eyes a little bit just to see clearly, swinging back and forth, hearing the neigh of horses, starting to smell that hay smell, the scent of the woodland, the feeling of the rope that's holding the tire that you're swinging in, and the sensation of that rope between your hands as you swing back and forth, back and forth, as the reality around you begins to come into view again, almost like your eyes were out in bright light from a dark space and are adjusting to that bright light. And as they do, so you find you're back in your familiar reality. You leave the swing. You continue the journey to your car, and it feels for you like a long time has passed. And yet the day seems no different. And you travel home in your car, your mind pondering your experience. You arrive home. You have nothing to evidence whether that experience was real or imagined. You have yourself a drink before bed, relaxing your mind, relaxing your body, resting in the most comfortable chair, your mind occasionally wandering to thoughts of that experience. Feeling your mind clearing before you then head to bed. And on the bedside table, you see a book, and on the book is a locket, and you realize it's the same book. And you open the locket, popping that open. You see that picture in the locket. You see the inscription in the locket. You take a look at the book. And it's an old book. And on the first page is an inscription. And the inscription says, "Never go looking for sandy golden donkey bells, because all you'll ever find is a llama." And you wonder what that means. But know that it did something curious to your mind. And you can smell the scent of that old book and feel the roughness of those pages, and you sit in bed. You start to read the book. And you find that it's a book about a circus coming to town. The book was written a couple of 100 years ago, claiming to be a true story about an event which happened hundreds of years prior to that. And after reading for a short while, your eyes began to feel heavier, and as your eyes feel heavier and more relaxed, so you place a bookmark in the book. Put the book beside you. Relax down so comfortably into the bed. And close your eyes and begin to drift and float peacefully asleep into slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself relaxing in a cabin, and you're on holiday in a cabin in the woods. And as you relax in that cabin, so perhaps you have the most comfortable fire burning in the fireplace, the warmth tickling your cheeks, light and shadows dancing around the walls. Just enjoying relaxing in the cabin, the faint sound of birds in the woodland outside, just creeping through the window, sitting in the most comfortable chair, the kind of chair that you almost sink into so deeply that it's almost like you become one with that chair. So relaxed in the chair, the fire almost hypnotic in the way it dances in the fireplace. Relaxing deeper, sometimes lost in thought, other times finding your mind just wandering as you wander, pondering different thoughts, really just enjoying this experience. And as you enjoy relaxing deeper and deeper into that incredibly cozy armchair, you hear a sound at the door, a rapid knocking on the door. And with curiosity, you prise yourself out of that chair, still a bit dazed from your deep, comfortable relaxation. You hear that rapping at the door again. You get to the door, you open the door, and you see a woodpecker on the doorstep, and it jumps back a step or two as you open the door and drops something from its beak. It drops a small shiny, tiny stone. And with slight jerky head movements, it looks up at you and it looks at the stone, as if to encourage you to pick that stone up. And so you carefully reach down. Woodpecker keeping its eyes on you, following your movement as you reach all the way down. Take hold of the stone, and it's so incredibly smooth and almost shimmering in how shiny it is, with that kind of shininess where you don't know if it's just incredibly reflective or if some of that shininess is coming from within the stone itself. And as you stand back up holding the stone, watching the bird, and the bird watching you, your brow furrows a little, wondering why this bird brought you this stone. But you thank the bird out of politeness. The bird gives a couple of little nods and then flies off. You head back into the cabin. You close the door behind you. And as you close the door, you feel a deep sense of curiosity at the unusual experience that just happened. That bird seeming to bring you a stone. And while walking back to that chair, you try and shake off the strangeness of the situation. The fact that it seemed like the bird did that on purpose. And you sit back down in that chair. You place the stone on a small little coffee table beside you. And you then just relax back into the chair, resting an arm either side of you, slumping yourself down, sinking your back deep into that cozy armchair. Your eyes occasionally flickering and shutting for a moment as you become absorbed in the relaxation. Your cheeks warming from the warmth of that fire. And as your cheeks warm from the fire, then you open your eyes from time to time, looking around. You notice something unusual. You start to hear the faint sound of tambourine playing. And your ears begin to focus more on that faint tambourine sound. You start to wonder where it's coming from. It's faint and you can't work out the location. It just seems to be there. You can't work out whether it's from outside. Or perhaps there's a radio on or some other device that it could be playing on within the cabin. And that tambourine sound gets a little louder. And while it gets louder, so it reaches that point where you become more alert here more focused, more curious, you start looking around you, trying to figure out what's going on. And you see that shiny stone beside you is glowing even brighter now. And you reach over and you touch that stone and you notice that it's giving off some warmth. And you watch that stone with curiosity, seeing how it's getting warmer and warmer. And you notice a slight glow coming from the stone. And it's an indistinct orangey glow, kind of the glows of a fading fire in a fireplace. And you watch as that glow becomes stronger and stronger, just a dim light glowing from that stone, spreading out further and further from the stone, until the glow is beginning to caress the walls of the cabin. And as that light expands around the inside of this cabin, the inside of this room, the sound of the tambourine increases slightly in volume, and you realize it seems to be coming from somewhere in front of you, but you can't see anything in front of you for it to be coming from. And you look and pay close attention. And in the dim light, you notice that light seems to be almost becoming a cone, emanating from that shiny stone, almost like the light of a projector that projects a cone of light onto a wall containing an image. Only the image that you see forming before you isn't forming on the wall in front of you. It's forming on the space between you and the wall, almost like a hologram that, as the stone, seems to be charging more with the warmth of the fire. So that dim light seems to be turning more into that holographic image, becoming more opaque with every passing moment. And what's forming before you looks like an African savanna. With a vast vista stretching out, coarse grasses, the most beautiful orange sunset, areas of reddy orange dirt, and you can see some people underneath a tree enjoying some shelter from the sun, playing different musical instruments. As the tambourine gets louder, so you begin to hear other instruments. Someone dancing around playing a piccolo, someone playing a viola, And you stand up and walk towards this holographic image. Only as you walk towards it, so you start to feel the warmth, as if there's a warmth from within this hologram. And the more you walk towards it, the warmer you feel. And the more you realize this isn't the warmth of the fire. This seems to be warmth coming from this projection. And those people playing the musical instruments are carrying on completely oblivious to your presence as you walk into that hologram, and find that when you walk forward, so the hologram seems to become more solid, more real, as the room seems to fade around you, until you find yourself only surrounded, whatever direction you look, by this savannah. And when you turn back and look back the way you came, you can see this unusual beam of light, like a cone of light, focusing down onto a stone. But you can't see the stone, just a cone of light passing into a vanishing point. And you know that the other side of that vanishing point is that stone. And you walk around to the side of the cone. And you look at the side of the cone. You look at the side of the point. And you reach down with your hand, trying to pick up the invisible. And it turns out you manage to pick up that stone, and the cone rises up at the back, but then begins to fade, and you're left with that shiny stone in your hand while you are here in this savannah. And you hope that that stone can be triggered by warmth again to open a portal home later. But for now, you're curious where you are, why you're here, and what this has to do with a woodpecker. And so you head over to those people playing their music. And as you walk towards them, so you notice the playing changes. From playing seemingly arbitrary but harmonic sounds to playing tunes that you recognize, even most unusually, a familiar yet distant sonata that grabs your attention, that they could possibly be playing that on these instruments here. And as you approach, so they eventually notice you, but they don't seem startled by your appearance. Not as startled as you were by theirs. And they tell you that they were here waiting for you. They're like the welcome party. They were just in their own world. They get lost in the music. almost like drifting into a reverie. And they load all of the musical instruments into a wheelbarrow. As one of them begins pushing it over the bumpy ground, the instruments bouncing up and down. And part of your thought as you walk along with them is that you would like to just be able to pad those instruments a little bit because you're worried about them getting broken. But they seem to just throw them in and walk along without a care in the world. And as they're walking with you, so they talk to you, asking you what your world is like. And you wonder what they mean. This all seems the same world. You've seen this kind of landscape before, even if you've never been here. But you don't interrupt. You answer them and then encourage them to keep talking. And they share about this place. They share that you're going to a very small village nearby. And this village will be the start of a long journey. And you didn't even know you're going to be going on this journey. Just moments ago. And you try and get more details, but they're very vague and feel they're not the ones to answer. And they carry on, wheelbarrow bouncing over the rough ground. The sun now over the horizon, yet the sky still has some red. The sounds of the nighttime creatures, the sounds of nighttime birds filling the air much cooler than it had been just a short while ago. As in the distance you can see the lights of that village and some flickering of some campfires within the village. And so you head with these people all the way to the village. And at the village, they place the wheelbarrow outside one of the homes. And one of the people walks with you and guides you to a small tent. And they twang the line of the tent 3 times, almost like the sound of knocking. And then there's a slight humming coming from within the tent, and a slight glow. And out of the tent flies a fairy. And this fairy seems to be coated in silvery sparkles. Her wings, her movement, like the movement of a sparkler as you swing it in front of you. Those sparkles dancing and jumping off of her. And she hovers in front of you, almost as if she's sizing you up. And she tells you that you've got an adventure to go on, and that you should rest up, because in the morning She'll guide you on a long walk. All the way to a nearby castle. And she then shows you to another tent. You settle down in that tent, listening to the gentle movement of the tent around you as the wind blows a gentle breeze. The sounds of nature beyond the tent, the most comforting, calming nighttime sounds. And as you rest in that tent, feeling so calm and comfortable, so you start to drift peacefully asleep, your eyes closing. Your ears gradually focusing inward on deep relaxation as your body drifts and floats peacefully asleep, sleeping so well all night, ready to awaken, feeling so refreshed in the morning. And come morning, there's a slight glow through the tent of the morning sun. And the tent gently pulsing in the breeze. And you feel so refreshed. You feel so relaxed. It feels like just the right time to awaken and leave this tent. Like you've had the best night's sleep ever. And so you leave the tent. You stretch your arms, your shoulders, your back, stretching your legs, doing a big morning stretch, breathing in that fresh morning air, hearing the new morning sounds of this area around you, beyond this small village. And for the first time, you can now see what this village is like. You can see that there are many people staying in tents, and there's a couple of small wooden structures. But everyone looks so happy and interacting. And the fairy comes and finds you and takes you over to have something to eat. And you eat some food with those people you met the night before. And then the fairy says it's time now to go. And so you set off with the fairy, both walking through this landscape, walking from that village, heading through what looks like open savanna, and walking all day. And while walking, you stop occasionally to have a drink, to rest before continuing. And after nearly the whole day of walking, you notice that what you thought was just flat land now has lumps on the horizon, and that there are distant mountains here. And the fairy says that's where you're heading. The castle is on the way to those mountains. And from the castle, you'll journey into the mountains, and that it will all make sense. And so with curiosity you continue, following the fairy. You stop and camp once the sun has fully set, and the next day you continue on your journey, and you can hear the thunderous rushing of water gradually approaching as you continue walking, and eventually you come to a vast river, the torrents of water pummeling down that river. And together with the fairy, you walk along the side of the river, and you can feel the spray of that water tickling your face as you walk, and the warmth of the sun warming it off your face almost as fast as it settles. And this river leads to a waterfall, and you ascend up the side of the waterfall, the fairy just flying up alongside you effortlessly as you put in the hard work to climb. And at the top of the waterfall, you can see in the distance that this river leads right to the castle. And so you continue along with the fairy, heading to that castle. And as you near the castle, you can see the bridge that goes over the water to the castle situated on an island, with that water parting and wrapping itself around the outside of the castle. And with the fairy, you head up to the door. You knock on the door and wait, the sound of that water thundering around behind you, heading off in the distance, following the river. And after a moment, the door opens in a very grand way, and you walk in to a highly echoey chamber. Each footstep you take reverberating around the walls. and you can see gold everywhere. Massive paintings on the walls. Light streaming in through stained glass windows, illuminating the inside of this space. Vast rugs on the floor, and the footsteps echo around the chamber until you reach the first of the rugs. Walking on the soft rugs, the sound of each step absorbed by the thickness of the rugs, so thick they're almost springy, and barely a sound can be heard from each step. And you walk towards a throne at the back of the room. And as you approach, you find it curious that whoever's on the throne seems to be shadowed from view. The light streaming in through the windows, creating coloured shards, weaving, interlacing through this room, obscure the view of whoever's on that throne. And as you get closer, so the light begins to make your eyes blink as you walk through it. And it isn't until you're out the other side, directly before that throne, that what's sitting in the throne, with a large hat hanging loosely down from their head, lifts the hat and looks over at you. And in the friendliest of voices and the most grateful of voices, they say that their name is Balsam. And you notice they're a platypus. And they jump down off the throne. They head over to you. And as they head towards you, so they pick something up off a golden table. They carry that towards you. And they hand it to you. They ask you to open it, and as you do, you see that it's a map. They tell you that they need your help, that there's a dragon which has been hoarding things from throughout the land, and there's something that they've hoarded which is of vital importance to the land. It's a lamp that brings the brightness to the land. Not the brightness like the sun, but the brightness that we all feel. That lightness of a pleasant hello, of helping someone, of being helped. And so they need you to go and get that lamp. They tell you that the woodpecker flew through space and time to arrive at your cabin, to find you, to ask you for help. And it was your curiosity that led you here. And they tell you that a gnome will help you start your journey. You'll need to follow that map, find a strange land, and recover the lamp. And you look at that map, unfurling it before you, and you can see the distance to the mountains, and you remember you were told you'll have to head to the mountains. And you do a longer sigh than you'd hoped would be noticed when you look at that map and see how far it is to go. But the platypus just tells you to follow the gnome. And you're sure you sensed a slight smile from that platypus. And so you follow that gnome that talks with a deep and almost gruff voice. And yet is encourages you to a doorway in the far left of this chamber. And so you head to that door and you follow the gnome up the stairs, those stairs spiraling up higher and higher, seemingly climbing for many, many minutes. And you think to yourself that the castle's big, but it didn't seem that high from the outside. But you continue climbing and climbing until eventually the gnome opens a door and you find yourself on the roof of the castle. And the wind is rushing around you. And the gnome tells you there's an expedient way of getting to this first point on your journey, of getting to those mountains over there. And it was felt that that would be best for you to take the quick route to the mountains. And you wonder what they're talking about as you look around the rooftop. And as they carry on talking, so you can see them holding on to something and pulling it and pulling it. And even as they're talking, their voice is straining. And they're almost trying to hide how much strain they're having. As they pull and pull and pull, and then you realise there's a giant slingshot on the roof of this mountain. And they pull that slingshot all the way back across the entire roof. And they attach it to what can only be described as a hook. And then they go to the other end of the rooftop. They look out towards the mountain. And there's a mechanism that allows this end of this slingshot to be moved along the rooftop and lined up. And you can see them working out in their head, maybe up a bit, looking back at you and working out how heavy you might be, and then making adjustments to the angle the slingshot will fire at. And then making noises like they think that'll probably be fine. And then moving the slingshot along, making subtle adjustments, squinting and looking off towards the mountains, working out the exact point they want you to aim for. They then show you over to the slingshot. And they say, just sit down here. And then they pull out a top hat. They slap the top hat and it pops out into a top hat, shaped top hat. They sprinkle what you could only describe as fairy dust, because it looked just like that silvery, sparkly, shimmery dust around the fairy. And they seem to sprinkle that over the top hat. They place the top hat on your head, pat it onto your head, and they tell you, keep that on your head, you're going to need it. And with that, they don't give you time to ask questions. They just ask if you're comfortable. And before you even have time to say yes or no, they release the hook, and in a fraction of a second, you can feel the wind on your face. You can see the castle disappearing behind you. And incredibly rapidly, you can see the mountains approaching before you. And you hang on to that top hat, tighter than perhaps you thought you would. And as you get near to the mountain, so the top hat feels like it's going to come off of your head, and so you hold on to it even tighter. And then the mountain rapidly comes into view. This enormous range of mountains. And the top of the top hat suddenly explodes, and out the top of the top hat is what looks like a parachute. And as the top hat parachute opens out and unfurls above you, so the top hat seems to take hold of your hands in a firm yet delicate way. And it seems to be directing you, turning a little left, turning a little right, catching in the wind, bit of an updraft here, a little bit more right, a little bit left, lowering down. And you can see what looks like a really old structure here in the mountains. And it seems like this top hat is guiding you into that location. And just above the ground, the parachute sucks back into the top hat, and you fall the last foot or so to the ground, landing on your feet. The top hat in your hands. You place that top hat back onto your head as your feet land and crunch down into the snow, and the wind whistles around you. And you're just a short walk from that structure. And you look back at the map. You see you've already covered half the map, landing at the mountain. You see that this is the first marked location to head to. And it's only taken you a moment to get here, although you've no idea how you're going to get back, because you're fairly sure there isn't a return slingshot. And you walk to that structure, and you walk around the structure. You run your fingers around the wall of the structure, feeling the stonework. And you can feel that this structure is giving off a slight warmth. From the outside, it looks really old, and like perhaps it isn't even in use, but it isn't to the point of ruins. You head to the door. You knock on the door, and a small window on the front of the door opens. One of those sliding metal windows, and some eyes look at you through the window, asking who you are, and you explain who you are and where you've come from. And then that window slides shut, and you hear lots of latches and clanging and clicking and sliding of locks and bolts. And then the door creaks and swings open, and you see within this space that the atmosphere in here seems slightly smoky, with particles floating in the air as the light from outside shines in the small windows, and the dim lights inside illuminate those particles in the air, and your eyes begin to adjust from the bright light outside on the mountain, where the light of the sun reflects all around you, making it extra bright, to in here where it's dim. And you look around, and it seems very lively in here. There's instantly the sound like it's a lively bar up high here in the mountains. And as you look around, so you find it slightly unusual, that at every table that seems to have someone sat at it, they're all pugs. There are pugs drinking beer, pugs drinking whiskey and wine, pugs sitting at a table, gambling, perhaps playing poker. One rowdy pug suddenly jumps up on the bar. You hear some of the glasses clatter and shatter to the floor as it seems to start tap dancing and singing rowdily and pirouetting on the bar, with another pug trying to talk them down. And you see at the back of this space is an arched door with no door in that frame, just a curtain across the space. And the curtain has some tears in it and seems like it's probably hung there for many, many years. And you walk through this space, and almost like you've got a circle around you of, yes, I'm here, look at me. You walk through the space, and the different sets of pugs just seem to stop talking and stop what they're doing, to look up at you as you walk past them, and yet once you've passed, they carry on with whatever they were doing. Even when you walk past the pug playing a really old out-of-tune piano, it stops playing for a moment while you walk past, only to continue again once you've passed it. And you walk through that curtain, just having a feeling like that's where you need to go. And through the curtain, you find a really quiet room, even more dimly lit. Just a candle on a table, and almost no movement of the air here. And sat at the table, wearing sunglasses in the dark, is a tie-dye penguin. And this tie-dye penguin seems to shimmer and sparkle, the colours dancing around their feathers, almost pulsating. And before them, they have some cards arced out in front of them, and they gesture for you to sit. And so you sit on the chair opposite this penguin, and as you sit there, so they fold up those cards, tap the cards on the table, shuffle those cards. They then ask you to handle the cards, to shuffle the cards. And as you shuffle those cards, they ask you, have a thought about the mission you're on. Think about what you'd like to achieve the path you're on here. And imagine imbuing those cards with your mission. And so while shuffling the cards, you think about your journey, where you're going, what you've been asked to do. And then you hand the cards back and you feel a little bit spacey, a little bit like your mind is drifting and wandering deeper and deeper. And they start to place a couple of cards out before you. And they put the rest of the cards to one side. And they turn over the first card. And they make a gentle noise of understanding. They turn over the second card. And they hesitate for a moment. And they turn over the third card. And they say they know what you need to know from this. And they look back at that first card. And they say this first card is a sign. And drawn on this card looks like a road leading to a forgotten city. And they say that card says you're going to be heading to a foreign land, somewhere you've never been before. And you're going to be going on this adventure, and you'll see signs on the way that teach you something about you while you focus on helping others. And then they move to the next card. And on this card is a row of concentric circles, a moon and a sun in the sky, and multiple circles connecting things. And they tell you that this card is an echo card. It's a card symbolizing being somewhere or doing something where what you give out comes back to you repeatedly, like an echo. And it could mean something even deeper than that. Because the next card just looks like a giant chimney, like a Victorian chimney. Smoke coming out the top, and that chimney standing tall. And they tell you that chimney symbolizes the release of something, like letting something go, or perhaps lifting something, like lifting a weight of something. And they tell you that what you need to move forward with your journey, because you're going to have to travel through the mountain pass and continue following that path to the lands beyond the mountain range is to take a look at a specific book. And the book is in the library. And so they then show you to the back of this room, and you descend some steps, now going deeper underground, deep into the mountain, and you descend all the way down these steps, and at the base of the steps is another room, and they open the door to that room. They show you around this room, and it's a vast, cavernous library of old books, with the deep smell of those old books, with holes containing scrolls lining the outside walls, and then rows of bookshelves stretching up into the darkness overhead and off towards the back of this room, beyond as far as you can see. And they walk you through this library, knowing exactly where they're going, as if they know where every single book here is. And they find the exact book they're after. They pick up that book. They walk through this library to a table that's designed specifically for opening up old books. And they place on some white gloves, and very carefully and daintily they open the book. They turn the pages, and as they do, you can hear the gentle tinkling of chimes coming from the page turns, as if the book is imbued with magic. And they turn those pages carefully, one page after the other, the sound of each page as it carefully turns, the slight smell wafting up off the book. And then they stop at a page, and they start to read on that page. And they're reading to themselves, mumbling slightly as they do. And then they find the entry they're looking for. And this entry seems to be some kind of spell or incantation. And they place something on the book to hold the page open. They go and grab a tiny glass jar, and then they potter around, going to different points in this library. There are small drawers dotted all around one wall, and they open different drawers, pulling out different items. A little bit of magnolia here, a little bit of thyme there. Grabbing different items, some sunflower petals, the heart of a dandelion, a 4-leaf clover. And then with a pestle and mortar, they grind it all up, adding a tiny drop of water, sprinkling in a little bit of that fairy dust. Continuing to crush that up and turn it into a paste. And then with a very tiny spoon, scraping it into the bottle. Going to a special drawer that's connected to the outside through a large tube to the surface. And as they open the drawer, so you see there's some snow in the drawer, and they take just a pinch of snow. With a bit of a flourish, they drop that into the mix. A little purple puff of smoke rises from the concoction, and they swill it round a little, hand it to you, and they tell you to drink this, that this will help you on your journey. It'll help you feel comfortable as you travel through the mountain pass and into the new land. And it'll light your heart with peace and calm, lighting your way in the dark, allowing you to gently glow. And you quickly drink the liquid, and it feels so warm and comfortable to drink, bringing a deep sense of peace through your mind, through your body. They then go to one of the walls with the scrolls. They pull out one of the scrolls, and behind it is a button. They push the button, and the wall slides to the side, opening up a hidden door. They tell you this will be a quick way to skip a chunk of the mountain pass. And they wish you good luck. And so you walk through that door. You hear the door shutting, sliding behind you. You hear dripping, as if you're walking into a cave. And then you hear the sound of running water, the same kind of sound of that fast flowing river. And then the cave begins to be more illuminated, and you come out in an area where you can see and smell that flowing water. And you can feel the coolness of the water, of the spray tickling your cheeks. And it seems like the melting snow from the caps of these mountains has seeped down into these caves. And here it is flowing through the caves and probably out and down the mountainside, the other side where you want to go. And next to this river, you notice that this bit of the river has been carved and shaped. And just on the side is a wooden boat, a little bit like a kayak. And you know what you're expected to do. And so you place it just in the water, attached to the side with a bit of rope, holding it in place against the flow of the water. You climb into it, take hold of the oars, and with one single yank, you release the rope, hold on to the kayak, as suddenly the thundering water seems to almost catapult that kayak down this fast-flowing river, almost like being on a water slide as it rapidly travels, and you can see the cave ceiling and walls around you flashing by rapidly while you shoot through this cave in a straight line, holding the oars, holding the kayak, travelling steeply down this river. And after many minutes, suddenly the kayak bursts out from the exit of this cave, jumps down a small waterfall, splashing down onto the river below, then does the same down another small waterfall, and then another small waterfall, each small waterfall landing in a wider river than where you just came from, and so each river being slightly calmer than the one before, until eventually you land down in a calm river that's barely pushing the kayak along. And so you start to paddle through the water, finding that this side of the mountains is dense forest. It's so lush. The rains are probably trapped predominantly this side of the mountain. And you can hear the sounds of nature around you. Feel the warmth of this environment, the sound of each stroke with the oars, pushing through the water, the left and the right, the feeling of that water pushing back against those oars, pushing on the left and the right as the kayak moves carefully and slowly along this river. And you continue on for some time until you start to get tired and the sun starts to set. And with that, you pull up to the side. You climb out of the kayak, drag it up onto the shore. You tie it to a nearby tree. You then craft a hammock between two trees. You rest in that hammock, thinking about the day, about your time here, about everything that's happened since you're just lazily sat in front of a fireplace. You put your hand in your pocket and you feel that shiny stone and all that has brought to you so far. as you drift and float, so peacefully and deeply asleep to the slight swaying of that hammock. And the next morning, you climb down out of the hammock, you pack that away. You look at the map and see where you are. You work out how far you have still to go. And you continue your journey along the river. And after journeying for some time, so the river leads to a lake, and you can see the lake on the map, and you know this is the place to stop. You're here in this strange land, and you look around, and yet it seems familiar and comfortable and just slightly mysterious. And following the map, you head away from the lake, heading deeper and deeper into the forest, crunching through the undergrowth, pushing past branches, ducking and weaving around trees. Smelling the scent of the forest, the intermingling of different smells. Until eventually you find a rocky structure, and you know that this is what you've been looking for. And at the front of this structure is a small pile of rubble, so you move that rubble out the way. You begin to descend into this structure, and as you descend, your body gently glows, illuminating this space. The slight dripping of distant water. And you continue walking with your body illuminating the space until you find a door. And above the door, it says pathway to the room of nothingness. And you walk through that door, following the pathway. And then you open a door, and the sign above the door just says room of nothingness. You walk into that room, and as you do, it feels like the strangest experience. You stop being aware of each footstep. You can no longer feel the ground beneath your feet, yet you don't feel like you're falling. There seems to be no up, no down, no left, no right. You look around you, there's no back or forth, just a nothingness, a very comfortable nothingness, where your body feels effortless and weightless. That glow of your body just fades into the nothingness. The stress and tension on your body from all the walking, all the journeying, fades away. Any discomfort you feel fades away into nothingness. Any discomfort in the mind, body, through the head, the arms, the legs, just seems to fade into nothingness, almost as if the nothingness is absorbing everything. And yet you feel like you're still walking. There's just nothing here. And then in the distance of nothing, you hear what sounds like deep, powerful breathing. And you find, sleeping in nothing, a dragon. And you can hear that dragon breathing in and out, deeply and powerfully. And you slowly approach that dragon, and around them and around you there just seems to be nothing. No ground, no ceiling, no walls. And yet they're at the same level as you and sleeping. And you're approaching them. And as you get closer, so your glow begins to touch their face. And it alerts their eyes. And they gradually wake up. And in a deep voice, they ask who you are, why you're here. And you explain about the lamp, the importance of the lamp, and how this dragon had taken the lamp. And they say in their deep and booming voice that they didn't realize the lamp was so important. They're going through a process of transformation. And this here, this nothingness, is like the cocoon they're in while transforming. And to transform, they go through a stage of hoarding, gathering up objects, different materials that they find, almost like nest building. And the transformation creates a space of nothingness from which to happen. It's not something people normally see or witness. And now they're more awake, where normally they'd sleep all the way through the transformation. They tell you they'll give you the lamp. And so you get handed that lamp, which they hand you from behind them. They then say they're more awake than they should be for their process to happen. They now need your help to be able to drift back asleep, to let the process happen. And so they ask you to guide them back asleep. And so you ask them to close their eyes. You say, just focus on the sound of my voice. And as you focus on the sound of my voice, just imagine my voice is gently moving around in your head like it's on a carousel with fairy lights dancing around your head as you follow those fairy lights and hear some gentle, calming sleep music like a lullaby in the distance, so faint you can only just about hear it. As your ears try to focus on that gentle lullaby in the distance, and as you focus on that gentle lullaby with your ears, watching those fairy lights on the carousel weave around you, undulating up and down, up and down, like they're undulating with each breath that you take, up and down deeper, up and down deeper and deeper. As you watch that happening, so notice the way your eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, in the same way that your head is becoming heavier, like your neck and your breathing all the way deeper and more relaxed asleep, and you help to guide the dragon back asleep. You notice as you watch them the way their breathing is relaxing. The occasional twitch they give as they release what they don't want from within their body, drifting deeper and more relaxed, all the way asleep. And while they drift deeper asleep now, you notice something unusual. The transformation is beginning. As you watch, a glow, sparkling, twinkling begins to happen around them, and out from them it looks like there's light emanating in patterns from their body, pulsating away from their body, almost like echoes of spirits, like ethereal beings, pulsing, echoing, moving like balls of light out from their body. And those balls of light begin to form and take the shape of small dragons, ethereal looking dragons, with just a hint of colour within the balls of light, flying in this space of nothingness. As that dragon sleeps and dreams, as those balls of light, those ethereal dragons, begin to become more physical, as you watch the birth of new dragons, the birth of this new life. And after the process has ended, so the dragon comes back around again, awakens, as the nothingness dissipates slowly, carefully, and you find that You're in a space, in a clearing, in the middle of the forest, and the dragon is just resting here in this clearing, and the young dragons are flying around it, a bit haphazardly at first as they get used to flying for the first time. And the dragon explains this is how dragons are born. The dragon goes to sleep, into a special kind of sleep, and out of the spirit of the dragon, more dragons are created. And the dragon agrees to give you a lift back to the castle, and so you climb on the dragon's back. It launches powerfully into the air, flapping its wings, followed by a horde of baby dragons, trying to keep up, rapidly flapping their wings. And it powerfully flies over the mountains, flies all the way back to the castle, lands down on the roof of the castle. You climb off with that lamp. You thank the dragon, it launches off. You descend all those spiral stairs. And you hand over this lamp. And the gnome takes the lamp, lights the lamp again, places the lamp into what looks like a pedestal with a glass dome casing. And that dome casing is positioned in such a way that it seems to make air get sucked in underneath through gaps within the stone, making that air swirl, making the lamp even more powerful, and the light of the lamp begins to shimmer and sparkle and shine brighter and brighter until it's almost like the light of the sun, too bright to look directly at, and yet emanating magic to all beings, to the hearts of all beings. And you get thanked for your work and told that it's probably time you find your way home. They say that you can find your way home the way you found your way here. And you go over to a fireplace, you sit down by the fireplace, you relax to a cozy chair. You place that shiny stone next to you near the fireplace, and you wait patiently, and wait, and wait, until you notice a light beginning to emanate from the stone, and what looks like a hologram forming before you. Do you recognize it as being your room? And you're told to remember, take that stone with you in case you want to return ever. You're always welcome here. And so you walk through that portal, finding yourself back in your room, hearing the crackling of your fireplace, seeing that most cozy of chairs. You walk around to the side of the portal, you pick up that stone, and you place it on a different location. You put it on a windowsill where it's not in direct line of any sun, and it's away from the fire. And you sit for a while by the fire in that cozy armchair, relaxing deeply and comfortably, pondering the experience you've had. And as night drapes itself over the land outside, so you head to bed, settle down in bed, and drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And this is a bedtime story about Father Time. And Father Time spent most of their time standing in a house. And this house was like a large cabin in a pine forest. And Father Time stood in the corridor of the house, just a few paces down from the front door. And most of the time, Father Time was a grandfather clock, or so the people who lived in this house thought. They would come and go, and Father Time would stand tall and proud in that corridor, ticking and tocking, the pendulum swinging comfortably side to side, marking out each second that passes. The hands on the face, moving carefully around that face. The minute hand, just leisurely pacing around the clock face, and the hour hand doing so even more leisurely. And on every hour, Father Time let the house know. There'd be the whirring, spinning to life of cogs inside that grandfather clock, like it's coming to life for a moment. And then a bell would chime within it, and that bell would chime out a certain rhythm, and then a ding or a dong for each hour that hour hand is pointed at. And every time the minute hand moves a quarter of the way round, that clock would whir and come to life and play out a small piece of song. in a slightly discordant tune, and there'd be something endearing about that sound. But a lot of the time, those who lived in this cabin would be away and the house would be empty, the only sound being that clock. And most of the time, Father Time spent their time ticking and tocking in this corridor. And the interesting thing for Father Time was that time didn't really have the same meaning as it does to others, because Father Time was time. And Father Time was thus timeless. And so to Father Time no time would pass, as time passed for everyone else, until Father Time decided to slow down, because Father Time would exist at the rate and speed of time. In the same way that we exist at the speed of light, we just don't really realize it. And Father Time exists at the speed of time, and it's only when Father Time slows right down that Father Time then enters the material world. And one day, when it's cold outside and the snow has settled across the land and in the trees, and silence echoed around the cabin, Father Time slowed down and awoke. And as Father Time awoke, so the grandfather clock transformed into a 7-foot man, Father Time, wearing a long brown coat like rugged leather, worn through the ages, giving a look almost like the wood of that grandfather clock. And a large, droopy brown hat and long brown hair, and a kind and timeless face. And as Father Time appeared here, so time to everyone here appeared to stop. But no one whose time stops knows that time has stopped, because to them it's just a moment. And Father Time has a reason for being here. And they walk around the house, their boots echoing on the wooden floor. They look through the window and can see snowflakes hanging in the air like crystal stars. each one delicate, different to every other. And Father Time heads upstairs and looks around upstairs and can see an exquisite clock on a shelf in one of the bedrooms, mid-tick or perhaps tock. That wooden clock with a flat bottom that's wide and narrow, that's arched like a bridge over a river. With a clock face right in the centre, holding its time, waiting to start again. As Father Time continues looking around, and heads into another bedroom, and then a third, and then pulls down a ladder from the loft and heads up into the loft. And in the loft, Father Time finds a picture in a picture frame and picks up that picture and turns it over, unhooks the back to be able to look at the back of the picture in the picture frame. And there's some writing, just a small list of numbers. And Father Time remembers those numbers, puts that back on the picture frame, heads out of the loft and closes the hatch, and heads down and out of the front of the cabin, walking through that crisp snow, the sound of each step crunching underfoot, walking through the snowflakes hanging in the air, his body pushing them aside, those snowflakes in front of his face, tickling around his nose, his cheeks, feeling the coolness of the air as he walks. And he walks away from that cabin, heading into the woods, with those numbers memorized. And while he walks through the woods, occasionally brushing against branches of the trees, knocking the snow off those trees as it cascades to the floor, and with a dull thud lands in small heaps on the floor. And it's only the bits that he touches that temporarily get imbued with the power of time, almost like his movement creates an aura of time just around him, like a slight cloud of time that allows him to interact with those things right next to him. And allows him to be able to move through this space and to experience this space. And Father Time walks deeper and deeper into this pine forest. The scent of pine gently wafting from the nearby trees as he passes. And as he walks, he's following the coordinates, those numbers in his mind. And so from time to time he makes turns, changing direction. He knows where he is and where he's going. And he continues walking through this pine forest until eventually he finds a wide stream, and it's quite shallow, and it's mid-flow. And he steps at the edge of the stream where there's ice along the side, his foot cracking that ice gently, the sound of that ice breaking with the pressure of his foot, and the water beneath his foot flowing slightly. And he starts to follow this stream. And as he walks along the edge of the stream, so the stream flows gently alongside him. And there's a very slight, unusual pattern in the water as the water behind dips down, as the movement tapers off behind him towards a bit of stream that's not moving, while the water in front bulges up slightly, where the water, where he is moving, and catches up with the water which is stationary. But with each step, that point of stationary water is moving gradually further away, and so there's always this slight bulge of water, keeping about the same distance in front of him at all times. And he follows this stream until eventually he comes to a gentle waterfall, like waterfall down a row of comfortable, gently descending steps. And he walks down the side of the waterfall. And he's curious about the waterfall. He likes the sound of waterfalls, and so he reaches over, crouching down, and he places his hand gently into the water partway down that waterfall, and the water begins flowing. And it's flowing around his hand and flowing down, and he can hear the trickling, flowing waterfall sound. And he can feel the coolness of that water around his hand, creating the most comfortable numbness in the hand, like a pleasant blueness setting in through his hand, bringing comfort and calmness from his hand up through his arm, and then down through his body, almost like the waterfall is washing away any negativity, any worries, any pain or discomfort of any kind. Like water just seems to naturally be healing now. And down near this waterfall, he can smell the fresh smell of that water. he continues following this stream. And as he follows the stream, so it seems to be getting deeper and deeper. And as it's getting deeper and deeper, it's getting wider and wider, turning into more of a river than a stream. And the landscape begins to open up. And it's still filled with snow, but there's more of a clearing here. The sun able to shine more onto the snow, making the surface of that snow glisten and shine. And then he sees, just around a corner in the clearing, the first signs of a structure. And it's a bulbous, tall, red windmill. And on the side of the windmill is a water wheel. And this river is flowing straight to that water wheel, and then descending down a drop just past the water wheel. And at the moment, everything is stationary because there's no time over there. And so he heads over towards that windmill. He crosses a bridge to the other side of the river. And he walks into that windmill. And inside the windmill, he can now hear it whirring to life. His time emanating to the inside of this windmill. And he finds what it is he's looking for. That this windmill is actually a Faraday cage. And he's placed in this Faraday cage. And being in the Faraday cage means that time outside of this windmill starts back up again. Because his influence isn't penetrating through the Faraday cage. And what is inside the windmill starts back up because it's close enough to him for it to have time. And so he goes to the center of this windmill. And in the center of the windmill is a radio, and it's an old-fashioned radio that's been here for probably a couple of generations. And he turns on that radio. And he begins to turn the dial, and it's crackling and clicking. Until eventually the sound of a radio show appears on the radio, seemingly impossibly. from within inside a Faraday cage. And there's a tinny voice speaking on that radio show. And Father Time listens to that voice and keeps listening and listening, looking out for something very specific, a point where the voice repeats. And then that voice repeats and Father Time realizes, and it confirms the voice is on a loop. And it's a message contained within the rhythm of the voice. It's a code. And so the rhythm of the voice, Father Time understands and works out that code, that rhythm. And then begins to move a few levers around, change some of those cogs to new locations, to doing new jobs as the windmill turns. And the inside of the windmill begins to now generate electricity. And this current whirs up, whirring louder and louder. And a circle of metal begins to spin. And electricity begins to jump around that circle of metal. And then begins to arc to the Faraday cage. And Father Time just stands there as it whirs up. And then he goes over to where the wheel is at the side, makes some changes there, adding extra power from the water that's powering that. And it continues to whir louder and louder until the electricity is arcing and jumping so much it's almost just like a continuous blue spark emanating entirely from around that ring. And then in a flash, all of the machinery continues, and yet there's silence and just a big black space in the middle of this Faraday cage inside this red windmill. And Father Time walks towards that big black space, passes through the space, and comes out in a different reality. And in this reality, time is ticking along as usual. Grass is blowing in the breeze. Trees are rustling. Clouds are passing overhead. And a cat is sat, just sleeping in this meadow. And Father Time walks through this meadow, away from that infinitely black space behind him, just hovering in the air. And the cat glances up and notices him, and so comes over and introduces themselves. And they introduce themselves as Louis. They say that they're the gatekeeper here. And Father Time reaches down, pets Louis, says who they are, and Louis says that they'd like to be followed. They ask Father Time to follow. Father Time walks along beside the cat. As the cat walks away from the meadow, through some beautiful woodland, carpeted with the springiest, softest moss, almost like walking on the softest bed as a child. Until eventually, through this woodland, Louis shows Father Time to an entire village built within the trees, high up in the trees, around the middles of the trees, across the floor of this woodland. And there's a dog hanging out some washing. There's a dog doing some laundry, scrubbing down some clothes. There's a badger wrapped up snugly in the most colourful patchwork quilt, just sleeping on a bed made of ferns, almost like a hammock hanging outside. A house built into a tree. And as Louis shows Father Time through this village in the woods, Louis shows Father Time all the way to a small little house right at the back of the village. And Father Time crouches down as low as he can go. And the cat sits down. And Father Time taps with one finger on the door of this house. And a cricket, using a match like a staff, opens the door and introduces themselves and says that their name is Tinsel. And Tinsel says that it was known that Father Time was visiting. It's been known for a long time that Father Time was going to visit, and that they'll go and get what they came for. And they ask Father Time to hold their staff for a moment as they pop back into their home. And they come out with a seed which to them is almost like someone carrying a melon. And with a finger and a thumb, Father Time takes that seed. And Tinsel says that you'll need to go through the rest of the woods, and you'll find some old ruins. And the old ruins are kind of an illusion. And when you get to those old ruins, plant that seed, apply some water and wait. And so Father Time leaves here, continues on through this woodland, sounds of birds singing in the trees, rustling leaves, the light so delicately dancing before Father Time eventually passing out the other side of the woods, following a dirt track, until eventually finding their way to what seems like some old ruins. And these ruins are covered in moss and look like they've been ruins for a very long time. And Father Time should know the impact of time. And with one hand, they dig a small hole in what looks like the perfect dirt location. They place that single seed, cover that over. They walk down to the stream that's passing through this area, and it's barely more than a trickle. And they gather up some of that water just between their two hands, carefully carrying that over to that seed, pulling their hands apart as that water soaks into the mud. And then they sit down and cross their legs and wait and wait and wait. And as they wait, they don't know how long they'll be waiting for. How long does it take for a plant to grow, if the seed is the seed of a plant? And they continue waiting as the sun sets, the moon rises, the moon sets, the sun rises, the sun sets, day after day, and they sit there so relaxed, so focused, just waiting patiently, like they've got all the time in the world, until they notice the tiniest little hint of green poking up from the mud, drawing their focus in deeper as they continue to watch. And day after day, that tiny bit of green turns into a stalk, gets wider, gets some leaves, grows taller, gets some more leaves and grows even taller still, growing taller and thicker and taller, getting some more leaves, showing signs at the top like a flower may well end up growing. And after a very long period of time, the flower begins to open, and the flower is now at the same height as a standing Father Time. And it opens one day with the most incredible yellow petals that are almost velvet to the touch, and the sweetest scent, triggering a deep sense of relaxation. And once the flower has fully opened, the sun catches those petals and seems to almost direct the sunlight to a point in the front of the flower. And seems to begin to transform the front of that flower as it begins to change from being soft and almost fluffy to beginning to harden up, and then gradually becoming smoother and smoother. And over the course of a few days, during each day while the sun shines on the flower, that hardens up and gets smoother and smoother, until eventually it starts developing an unusual sheen, like a giant pearl hugged by the petals of that flower. And then one day, the head of the flower just seems to slump forward a little, as if it's time. And that giant pearl just falls to the ground and just thuds down onto the ground, almost like a giant ball bearing. It was so heavy, it didn't seem to even bounce, it just thudded down into the ground. And then the petals started to wither, and Father Time leant down and with a little bit of effort picked up that pearl, took the pearl over to the small stream and washed the outside of that pearl just to clean off any bits of mud. And while rubbing the outside of the pearl, Father Time was able to notice that contained within the pearl looked like a hologram of an entire galaxy, silently spiraling around. And Father Time lifted that up, held it up in front of the sun to see if the sunlight shining through that pearl would manage to light it up enough to see the inside clearer. But what happened instead his father Time began to notice something strange happening. Their legs seemed to almost root themselves in place. Their arm seemed to root itself in place, almost like a thick branch of a strong oak tree. That pearl resting at the end of their hand. Their eyes fixed firmly on that galaxy in that pearl, as the sun seemed to shine the light now, with the light starting to spread out like a cone towards Father Time, around Father Time's face, bringing warmth to his face. And he found himself feeling a sensation of lightness in the light, a sensation of drifting and floating, of his body becoming so still it was almost as if he was unaware of it, almost like he was a consciousness in space as his body relaxed there, or like his body stopped being something he was aware of while his mind wandered and drifted into space, as it seemed to be beamed through consciousness into the pearl towards that galaxy. And almost like a timeless experience, his consciousness passed into the pearl. He saw that galaxy off before him. He had a sense of his consciousness accelerating rapidly towards that galaxy, seeing the stars gradually seem to spread wider apart. As he headed into the stars of the galaxy and seemed to be heading towards one very specific star, about 2/3 from the center of this galaxy. And he had no control of this. He just enjoyed the experience of going with this flow. Knowing this was his mission. Until eventually he could make out the star and the planets around that star, and realized he was on course for one of those planets. And he could see that planet had some moons. As he finally touched down on that planet, but it took him a moment to begin to adapt to being here on this planet. He arrived as a consciousness, and as he looked down at his body, he realized that the body he seemed to be creating with his consciousness wasn't necessarily the body that was left back holding that pearl. His body was a little more than a foot shorter. And he felt that he looked very different, although he could only see his arms, his legs, and what he could see by looking down at himself. But he felt this was a very different type of body and an opportunity to learn what it's like to be roaming around from someone else's perspective. And he looked around himself, trying to figure out where he was, where he should go. What, perhaps, drew him here? And as he looked around, he could hear the sound of something flying in the sky, just beyond the hills nearby. And then from over the hills, he saw a dragon, its wings powerful, each beat thrusting a strong sound to his ears. It swooped around, and he could feel the rush of air as it passed by, and it circled and landed, and in the friendliest of voices, it greeted him. It said that his name is Scooter. And it said that you are here because you're a hero. And Father Time felt like they're no kind of hero. They've never done anything they would see as heroic. But Scooter said that you are a hero. You just don't know it yet. It's been told that you'll be here. It's been told that you are a hero. Everything that will ever happen has already been mapped out. You just don't know that yet. And Father Time didn't question this because there was a lot of strange things that had already happened. And they are perhaps a magical being that they control time. And the green dragon had a carpet resting on its back, more like a rug just resting there. And it reached around and pulled that rug off its back. And it told Father Time to climb onto the rug and keep up. And then ran a few paces before launching into the air and flapping his wings, as Father Time just stood by the rug. And Scooter circled round and called down that you need to lay the rug out and just sit on it and think about where you want to go. And Father Time laid that rug on the ground, sat on the rug, and thought about following Scooter. And while thinking about following Scooter, the rug raised up into the air, and with a bit of a jolt, chased after the dragon as it flew. and the dragon flew, flapping its wings, flying up as high as the clouds, weaving through those clouds, diving through those clouds like dolphins diving through waves. Father Time just flew up through the clouds once, and then flew above those clouds, looking down on them undulating below, watching as Scooter weaved up and down, spinning around, splashing down through the clouds, spiraling up through the clouds, turning his belly to the sky, arching his back, and heading backwards down through those clouds, almost playing in the air. As Father Time followed along. And then after some time, Scooter dived down through the clouds and said, "Follow me." And so Father Time dived down and followed. And once below those clouds, Father Time saw this most incredible scene, a vast forest, weaving rivers, a tall rock sticking up in the middle of that forest. Around the rock were waterfalls coming down from a lake on top of the rock, and on top of the rock was the most incredible looking palace with narrow and tall towers, tall spires on those towers, really grand, and an almost pure white, contrasting against all the colour, and a moat around the base of that palace, fading into the lake, and the waterfalls flowing and tumbling down the side of the rock face, and a path that seemed to spiral from the ground around the rock face from the bottom, a very long and winding road all the way to the top. And as they circled this palace, so Father Time could see a rope ladder hanging down one side, an almost impossibly long rope ladder, from the palace all the way down to the forest floor, way, way below. And Father Time called out to Scooter, asking who would ever use that rope ladder. And Scooter said that there is one here who says they just don't have the patience to walk all the way round, over and over again, spiralling up to get to the palace. They'd rather work hard and direct and just climb from the base to the top. And said that you may meet them. Their name is Mongoose, and they're an unusual character. And around the base, among the forest, is dotted dwellings, like many small villages, and some larger structures, all dwarfed by this giant rock and that palace. And Scooter comes into land, weaving down to the palace, and almost skids to a halt on the almost polished palace floor, just outside the main palace door. As Father Time focuses on safely and without sliding landing that rug, which comes to a steady stop, and he rolls up the rug and hands it back to Scooter. And Scooter says, "You may need it later," and hands it back. And so Father Time takes a belt and attaches it to them, just around their back. And then Scooter says, "You need to go to the palace and knock on the door." And he goes over to the palace. He knocks 3 times on the door, each one reverberating and echoing through that door and through the palace the other side. And after his 3rd knock, he hears chanting beginning the other side, and the sounds of people milling around, almost like they're getting into position for something. And then with a click and a clank, the doors swing open either side. And just as they do, 2 large confetti cannons seem to explode off either side, confetti spraying high into the air, and then slowly descending, covering everything in small bits of paper in all colours. And people cheering, and people chanting. And it seems like there's a celebration going on. And Father Time seems to be the one being celebrated. But they haven't done anything yet. And so they walk along this path made for them, up to some steps where there's a queen sat on a throne, and the queen's face is beaming. And they say that you're here to help us. You just don't know how yet. And Father Time is a little curious. And the Queen turns to a scribe who stood beside them. And the scribe shows some writing in a book that tells the story of Father Time's arrival, and that Father Time will arrive just in time to help. And then says we worked it out on the mystical abacus, while looking over their shoulder at a sparkling, twinkling abacus near the wall, with thousands of small parts that have been moved left or right in different ways. And Father Time doesn't understand the abacus or what it is they're supposed to do. And the Queen says, you have a skill that makes you the only one that can do what you're going to do. And they say they've got some gear for Father Time that they know Father Time will need. And they hand Father Time a bag of pipes. And Father Time takes that bag, and they're heavy and clanking next to him. And they say that you need to descend beneath the palace. You're the only one that can do this. You need to descend to the room deep under the palace, so deep it's lower than the surrounding forest. And down there, you need to build a certain object and use that object, and it will restore balance to the entire galaxy. This galaxy was captured out of time. It was plucked from the universe by a higher being and stored almost like a plaything, like an ornament for this higher being. And you're here to return that balance, to disconnect this galaxy and place it back into the universe. And only you have the skills, and so Father Time heads off with that bag, unsure exactly what it is that they'll be doing. They head through the palace, they begin to descend, walking down many steps, going deeper and deeper under the palace, seemingly walking for a ridiculously long time, further and further, deeper and deeper, spiraling gently down under the palace, until they eventually come to a door. They carefully open that door with a creak. They walk into the room here. And in the middle of the room is nothing. And so they place the bag down on the floor, and they take the pipes out of that bag. They look around the room, and they see that most of the room is curved. The ceiling is arched over. And they head to the only flat wall in this room. They lie all those pipes out on the ground. They begin to organise those pipes by size, and then start to build. They can see some markings on the wall, like something was here before. And as they start to build, so it seems to take a long time. And so they think about whether they can invoke their power over time to stop time while they work. As they focus and focus, they imagine a clock face in their mind. They imagine their time as a grandfather clock, the ticking and tocking of the pendulum as it swings left and right, left and right. And they have this sense of it swinging left and right, stopping slightly, taking a bit longer with each swing, until they have this sense of it swinging left and stopping and not swinging back. And then they open their eyes, keeping hold of this state. And they find they can't hear any sounds. They tap one of the pipes softly on the ground, and no echo comes from the walls, so they know that time is only around them. And if they go a little bit away from them, the time fades to being stopped, so the sound isn't managing to make it to the walls and back again. And they know now they have all the time they need to build whatever it is they need to build. And so they start organising those pipes, largest to smallest. They start attaching them to the walls. They see some wood on the ground against one of the walls. They get that wood and they start shaping the wood and attaching the wood and the pipes together, building it up. And after what for them is a very long time, but for everyone else here is just no time at all. They manage to completely build an organ attached to this wall, and they play some of the notes, that sensation of pushing down on the keys, as at the same time they release time again, and the sound of the organ reverberates around the chamber. The walls begin to almost shake. They play different chords, different notes, and they notice that this chamber is almost like the chamber of a bell. And they try different combinations until they hit on the one that seems to synchronize and resonate with this space, causing this whole space to begin to create a note of its own. And they start to play around that note with different frequencies that synchronize with that note, so that before the note has faded, more different notes and combinations mix and merge, and the most beautiful sound begins to form around them, resonating up the chamber to the tip and then back down on them, getting it so that the notes resonate just right, that as they cross, as the sound waves pass, they enhance each other, and they play and almost go into a trance, playing this organ. And then this entire space begins to vibrate at a much higher frequency. And while it vibrates and sound oscillates, so the walls start to go fuzzy, as if vibrating up and down rapidly, and that fuzz begins to turn into almost like a fog surrounding them, descending with the notes, like a song carried through that fog, filling this space. And then that fog gets denser and denser, and then gradually seems to spread out. And then as it dissipates, So the wall around them seems to change as they look around, so they see not just this reality, but they see this whole reality beginning to vibrate and shift and resonate, almost like the entire galaxy is one giant musical instrument, with every star having its own sound, like every star is a member of an orchestra, and every planet is a musical instrument played by that member of the orchestra. And as this one planet resonates like the musical instrument it is, so that begins to make the planets around it start to resonate and play in synchrony. Like the star with these planets is playing its tune. And then the stars around that star start joining in this song, and then the stars around that star, like a ripple of music spreading out, while this playing just goes on here on this organ. Father Time just plays a song, playing from their heart. Until eventually they notice that the entire galaxy is playing a tune, and there's a harmonic resonance flowing through that galaxy, flowing at the speed of time, filling the galaxy, reverberating, bouncing around the edge of the galaxy and back to the center, almost pulsing back and forth like the whole galaxy is breathing. As if that breathing then starts taking on a life of its own. And Father Time stops playing, and yet the music continues all by itself. And as Father Time backs up away from the organ and heads to the door to this room, they notice that the sound they could hear, the music, that whole experience was contained to just being in this room. That once they back out of the room, they're unaware of it. Like that was the chamber for this planet. And they ascend all those steps, finding their way back to the Queen. And the Queen says that change is happening, that their astronomers have already started reporting that they're seeing hazy images in the sky, as galaxies they could once see are returning to view. And it's only because Father Time can control time that they're the right one to be able to help. And their knowledge that everything that can be has already happened. You just don't know it yet. Means they knew this was going to happen. So the celebration took place on arrival. And Father Time was handed the most beautiful flute in a red case lined with purple velvet, and told that any time in the future, when you're back in your time and your place, that you want to connect with anything in this galaxy, just play the flute and let your soul play through the flute. Just let the notes flow. And when you do that, you'll fall into a harmonic resonance with this place, and you'll find yourself here in this palace. And Father Time left and used the flying carpet to follow the dragon, to follow Scooter back the way they came. And then they sat down and they were told that to return your consciousness and take that flute with you. You just need to have a drink of these special herbs and spices. And so they scrunched up those herbs and spices, mixed them in some boiling water, and sat there with a cup and saucer and very daintily drunk that drink. And they noticed, while drinking the drink, that the drink had that sweet smell of the environment after it's rained, that smell of rain on soil, or when the ground is being warmed by the sun gently. And they found themselves closing their eyes to breathe in that smell from the cup. And as they breathed in that smell from the cup, so they started to hear birds singing. And they carefully opened their eyes and could feel their body starting to shift and move. Their arm was outstretched. The hand was now empty. There was no galaxy in a pearl in their hand. Their arms started to loosen up, and so did their shoulders and their back, and their neck all the way down to their feet as they relaxed. And they then returned back the way they came, stopping briefly to talk to Tinsel, to talk to Louis, to look around that village. And Louis handed them a pine cone for good luck. Said this will bring you good luck in the future. As they walked all the way back the way they came, passed through that jet black space of nothingness, back into the red windmill, powered down all the machine, found their way back to that cabin, and back in the cabin, they walked over to the wall. They placed the flute in the cupboard under the stairs. They stood against the wall, closed their eyes, and had that sense of themselves turning back to that grandfather clock, ticking time as they went, just drifting into the consciousness of their mind, like their mind drifts and floats. While their body remains there, their mind drifts and floats, peacefully, so relaxed, into slumberland, curious what future adventures might await.